Something is deeply wrong. You can feel it. So what has happened to us? And what should we do about it? Join the Finding Gnosis show. It's an open panel for people trying to figure out what's really going on in this strange existence and what we should be doing while we're here. Join us as we all find Gnosis together. Gnosis is knowledge. We need to find out what's going on. We need to find out what we should be doing. Chat soon on the Finding Gnosis show.
Hey guys, hopefully you can hear me. So this was kind of, brought to my attention yesterday as something that, DNW asked me if I'd want to do it. So if I don't do a good job, just know that I'm not familiar with doing this. And, it would be like, not to make a silly analogy, but if Gay Bob, for example, was asked to run the stream and Gay Bob had never run a stream and Gay Bob did a really bad job, he's not representative of everyone gay. So if I suck, I don't represent all women. Do I, Chickpea?
Hi, Emily.
Hi.
How's things?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, I'm fine. Just a bit warm. I've got this lovely new kitten. She is cute. A little 8-week-old fluff ball, 10-week-old fluff ball. I love it.
Did you get a new one yesterday and today?
No, yesterday. That's how it happened yesterday. Sorry, 2 days.
Oh.
No, it's yes,
no
2 days. Yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, I just kind of wanted to make an intro statement kind of about some stuff that I make notes. So today I had to drive up here because my work, we do depositions, so I'm not at home. But, they were suggesting all that the women would talk about would be pets, which we've covered that, right? And recipes.
Yes, I just heard him say that. I've got a few rails to have about him. So I'm not very happy. It's all right. I mustn't talk about my pets, but he talks about the American flag and all the rubbish and it going, what's that got to do with Gnosis? Nothing. Nothing to do with Gnosis at all.
That could be argued. Hi, Crystal. How are you?
Also, I heard somebody saying, a guy, that he blocked you.
Oh, yeah, he unblocked me now because there was a misunderstanding.
Oh, he did it to me too. I'm very unhappy about it, I can tell you. No, I am actually. I'm very unhappy because he has called me CUNT quite a few times and has the cheek to block me.
Gotcha.
Very unhappy.
Well, sorry. we can get into that. Crystal, I couldn't hear you a second ago. How are you?
Hi, Emily. How are you?
I'm good. I enjoyed your segment with Mel. I agreed with both of you in different parts, but I thought that was really cool info you shared. Anything you want to share right now?
Well, I mean, I didn't come up there on the panel to speak about all that stuff originally. It just got into that.
Yep. That can happen.
I have, I have all this big picture in my head and, it's hard to kind of convey that sometimes to people, especially when they have a different belief system than you. So, I just tried to explain what I could, but, I actually, admire people who try to help others, like Kevin McCairn doing what he's done, I mean, I really admire him. He has my respect and he's a different kind of character. He can be quite edgy, but I'm
not familiar with him. I'll have to check that out. But I know at work. Yeah, at work I talk about RFK Jr. and there's a complete split on how people feel about that. So I kind of compartmentalize who I say things to.
I know some of the dark stuff about some of these people, and sometimes I just, don't say much because oftentimes you're, the more, how should I say it? You show your intelligence more by not speaking and not arguing with someone,
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
That can be the case. And sometimes there's no point. It's almost like if you have a helicopter parent, for example, you kind of learn. But like for me, I had a strong guilt reflex, so I would never lie. I was always, even if it meant fighting with someone. So you learn later on, oh, wait, I just can omit telling this person things that I know they can't deal with or agree with. If I know I'm not doing anything wrong, maybe I just won't have that battle, So yeah, that's definitely a thing. But yeah, I just wanted to talk real quick about a couple things, one thing that was being talked about on Jack's show, and the notes I took when I write, I can only decipher some of that, but like I'll have a thought and I'll be like, oh, that would be interesting to talk about. So some of this is decipherable. So
hello, Chief, by the way.
Sorry.
Hi, Crystal. How are you?
Good. I'm okay, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, I'm okay. Another nice day.
Good. Yeah, one thing I just thought we could segue into, if you guys didn't have anything, is, but I know that Chickpea wants to talk about that Kenny thing. We could do that later. But they were talking the other day about how, so Joe Cool was talking about women when they get together, they have these, they get dumb was basically what he was talking about. They start having these dumb conversations, which I have seen happen, but I was just thinking about that. So the same way that kind of bimbo-y women sometimes, excuse the term, but they set the tone for what people are going to act like in group settings. I've seen men do this as well. It's the dude bro thing. And it's almost like it's commercialized, if you look at our society, like something they were talking about on Jack's show just a minute ago was about people being Dirty Lowlife made a comment about people kind of putting on these personas. And I was thinking about something like that yesterday. Women do that a lot because of our people-pleasy empathy quality that almost gets weaponized to where you create almost a second personality to deal with pleasing the people around you and creating harmony. And I think men do a bit of too. I have to look at like a man version of that. But this gets commercialized, and even the problems you face get commercialized. Like feminism was commercialized, women standing up for things that make sense, like equal pay and whatnot. And then it morphs into man hate. And then you have the Homer Simpson kind of thing where men are being made fun of. Then the men backlash. And then you have, you know what I mean? So what do y'all think about that?
Well, personally, I think we should be respectful of them, just like we would want them to respect us,
Sure. How about you, Chickpea?
Well, when I first started coming to the Gnosis show, which would have been over 18 months ago now, there used to be some really lovely, lovely, clever guys on here. Guys that have written books, because I like very clever men, i.e. lawyers, accountants, that sort of level. I know that sounds terribly snotty, but that's what I like. I'm not, I like to listen to clever men. And they've all sort of left. They don't come here anymore. We just get this screaming nonsense going on. And I find it very, very hard to just sit there quietly listening like I used to. Now I get into these horrible hissy fits with them all. And I've had some real blowouts, I can tell you. And I miss the clever guys they used to get. And I miss them. Yeah.
I enjoy some of even the ones that are, I feel like people have a different mode they're in. So like Cougar Doomer is brilliant, and then he can kind of be
I love Cougar.
And then you have Yerf. Yerf is pretty brilliant.
Yes, I love Yerf.
The wrong way. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, there's some cool people.
What about Kenny? Kenny Shine has written that fabulous book. I love his book. I adore his book. It's the best book I've ever owned. I love it. And there's another guy who used to come on. I can't remember his name now. There used to be another guy I used to love. Oh, Brother Marcus, although we have had an argument. And there used to be these lovely, clever guys. Because I like men that have got the brains to write. I'm sorry that sounds terribly snotty of me. Maybe
no.
It's my working life. I used to work in law, so I'm used to those sort of men.
Oh, did you? Yeah. Do you know that's funny that you said that about books? I was just thinking about that the other day. So one way we learn about people that are different from ourselves, one of the best ways, people that you might never would meet in real life. Hi, Swinton's birds. it would be from reading books. So like I remember reading Lakota Woman and learning about Lakota, and then I read Leonard Peltier's book and John Trudell and all of these amazing Lakota writers. I would have never known anybody Lakota in my childhood or early adulthood. So and reading the name of the book is The N-Word, and it's by Dick Gregory, who happens to be pretty brilliant activist and person in media. He's since died, but that was I got it for $5, and it was an amazing, look into somebody's life. Back in the day, black man, I would never know what his experience was like. So reading women, I think, and I think that's why this scoff on making fun of anybody for taking an interest in anything feminine, it will keep men from having that experience. A lot of times they wouldn't pick up a book about women and go read it.
Yes. I often talk about Barbara Ehrenreich, the American writer. Have you read her books? She wrote, hold on, I've got so many books that are scattered all over my flat. Oh, yeah, she wrote Smile and Be Happy or something. It's about the American smile and be happy culture. You have to smile and be positive all the time. And she actually feels that's quite bad. I do. I don't. I've never read her books. Oh, she writes these working class books about American working class women. Lovely to read. I love her dearly.
And what was her name?
Barbara Ehrenreich.
Okay. I'm not
lady, very clever. See, like I said, I like clever people. And I like that American guy. The other, have you ever read Empire of Illusion by
I have not.
Huh? Another favorite book of mine by an American guy, Chris Hedges. He sometimes talks.
Oh, I know who that is. Yep.
I love him. He would make a great president. I love him to bits.
Yeah, he has some interesting ideas on things.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's another thing, I was thinking about, with all this talk about women and whatnot, the morph from women being like, there were women who were queen class, let me pull this up because I don't know dates off the top of my head, but one thing I looked at before, because I was thinking, when did it become, there was this flip that happened with men where men started being made fun of and made the butt of every joke, and not being respected. But with women, pre-World War II, the moral queen archetype is what AI called it when I asked. And it's funny because that's true. Like women really were the guardians of culture, or they were thought of that way, as like community anchors, and there were women leaders and women inventors and women everything. But, you have this World War II push to get women into the factories.
Yes, I was there. I lived through it, yes.
Yep. And to encourage them to hold the fort down, and be manly almost in a way. And then they flipped that the other way. Well, now we don't need you to do that anymore. And now you're going to be objectified, basically. And it's a very commercialized situation. They wanted women buying all these magazines and obsessing over what they looked like and what men thought of them.
Tell me about it. I lived through it. I lived through it. Yeah.
Well, and then we lived through the aftermath of it. And we got another lady joining us. Let's see.
What I found so bad about that time as well is, in the 60s and 70s, and I lived right in the middle of it, was the whole promiscuity movement. Prior to when I was a little girl, women didn't sleep around, but I was brought up in a world where free sex was the in thing. We were all at it. I wasn't the only one doing it. Quite a few of us were at this. And when I look back, that was so damaging. The damage that was caused.
I think so too. I don't think it's empowering at all. Robin, hi. You want to say something?
Yes. I met you on OE's channel. Hello, how are you?
I remember. I'm good. How are you doing?
Yeah, I was like, I think that's her. Hi, Chickpea. How are you doing?
Hello, Robin. How's things?
I didn't know that DNW is having an all women's panel. It's great. But very interesting.
Pamela.
But I was just wanting to come in and say hi because I recognize you, and so
yeah, I'm glad to see you. Robin, by the way, Robin met me on Objective Ethics, where I did a show about the Echo Act, and she came up and made some great points about how that could be weaponized the other way. So obviously we want to create laws that are going to be protective of kids online, but not harm them at the same time, freedoms, So she brought up some interesting issues. But Robin, guess what happened with that? So that hearing got canceled because the CEOs managed to get it pushed back with White House help to not have to testify in person. That's one of the ways that they elongate having to answer for things. So that grilling that they're going to have doesn't even have a set date in July now. So it's just kind of up in the air. So
yeah, I'm not surprised.
Yep.
Yeah.
And for anybody following my court case, I'll say that the document that I had to file by today was the due date. It got accepted yesterday. They delayed getting it to me and telling me I needed to do it, and I got it done. And had I not finished that, I thought it would just mean I wouldn't have a written transcript. It actually would have denied the whole appeal. So dismissed it. So now we've got things moving along. So we'll see how that goes.
That's great.
I'm hoping the best for you.
So you studied law, Emily?
I'm in my first year of law school. There's online program. Yeah, but I've been a paralegal for a while. So I do med mal for a hospital, which is about as fun as it sounds.
Oh, you know what? I wish I'd gone down that path, because when I worked in legal sec, I did think to myself, maybe I should study law, but I was such a wild child. I was completely mental when I was young that I would have never, but I wish I had.
Yeah.
I went wrong there. Yeah.
That's what I decided. I was thinking, I always thought I could be one, but I had different plans for my life. I was going to homeschool kids and work from home as a paralegal, just doing like legal research projects, because I figured I could do both, but I couldn't have kids. So that sullied that plan, and then of course I've split with my ex. So that being said, I also never thought I had the temperament to be an attorney, because, I felt like somebody's life being in the balance in a case based on my performance in the courtroom, that is terrifying to me.
Yes.
And I might get emotional. I might, show emotion or mess up the case in some way.
Yes.
So, but the research, I'm behind the scenes doing the whole thing, and I feel perfectly comfortable finding the stuff and drafting the stuff. But now I'm like, okay, I had to do this when I did it for Diane as if I was the attorney, and I can do it. So I'm like, I totally could have always done this. Why didn't I just do it?
Yeah. I wish I had. Because I like lawyers. I do love lawyers. Oh,
So
Grub Guts knows that about me. I love lawyers.
Depends on the lawyer.
I miss the guys I used to know in the city. Yeah.
So yeah, I wonder what I could steer us towards talking about, because I wrote some different things. I kind of wondered what you guys think about how, let's see. Well, empathy would be one thing. I think a lot of people always bring up empathy as a woman's strong point, but then at the same time, it's almost weaponized to where sometimes women are afraid to be aggressive or assertive. We're kind of shamed for it. What are your experiences with that?
Well, I can get quite mouthy, because I've been in the armed forces as well, and I've played war games. And when I come on here, I get quite mouthy, because it's so safe, isn't it? You're in a safe place at once in your life. And I've had so many rows on this Gnosis show, so many, that I wouldn't dare do in the real world, because quite frankly, I don't want to get strangled, to be honest. So at that point, I'm only an 8-stone female. I can't fight back. So that's the end of that. But yes.
How about you, Crystal?
Well, yeah, I have empathy for other people. I have to watch myself, because sometimes I'm a little too giving and people take advantage of that. But, I think we all have empathy mostly for other people.
I do too. How about you, Robin? You there, Robin?
I had my mic muted. I think empathy is necessary for social species. I think that it is one of the reasons why the Homo sapiens have probably been so successful at creating all the things that we have, like the societies we have and everything. I think that empathy is what has allowed us to produce these societies that where we have come up with all of these, individual things that we have that have made our lives a lot easier and better. And I think that most of that is due to empathy. So I think it's a great thing. It can be abused sometimes by people, but I think that it's necessary for social species to have empathy.
Me too. Hi, Mrs. Cougar Doomer. How are you?
Cougar's wife. Ah.
No, you're not.
Okay.
Hello, Mrs.
Hi.
Cooper.
How are you?
I have to get down though. I just want to say hello.
Oh,
And
thank
thank y'all.
Nice to see you, Robin. Thank you.
Thank you, DNW.
Hi, Mrs. Cougar
You
Doomer.
love your. Oh, sorry.
Oh, I was going to say, Mrs. Cougar Doomer, what do you think of empathy? You know, like we hear Cougar Doomer talking about the state of the world, and I think he has a lot of empathy, even though sometimes he comes off as someone that's playing with his food, as he says. So what's that experience like? What do you think about that? Are you there?
Oh, she muted herself.
You're muted.
Muted.
Maybe she doesn't.
I love her
Maybe
husband. I love it when he talks.
Yeah.
I can listen for hours on it. Cougar. Yeah.
He can be a really interesting dude. So
Yes.
yeah, I mean, one thing I was thinking about, I'm not knowing if she's stepped away for a second, but I know I had an experience when I was a kid thinking about when you're in school. And like for me, I was just a totally hard on your sleeve type of person. So I remember being about 7 or 8 years old. First and second grade, I was just, you know, it seemed like I was always in trouble at school, but not for bad things, just for not understanding things, like lining up, blowing a whistle and screaming, line up, or, you know, telling me to stop talking. I would finish my work early and then be bored and yell, I'm bored, you know, things like that. So I remember thinking, though, like, I need to become the girl that they want you to be, you know, in order to get along in school and not always be in trouble. I remember that being one of the first thoughts I had about like masking who I am to please these people. And I know boys have that too, but I wonder if you as girls think it has to do with being a girl sometimes.
Oh my goodness. I went to 12 different schools.
Oh,
and so I was always a new girl, so I was always trying to fit in. My whole school life was like that. Always trying to fit in. Yeah.
What say you, Crystal?
Sorry? Sorry.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what Chickpea said.
Oh, go ahead, Chickpea then.
Oh, sorry. No, what I said, I went to 12 different schools. I was brought up in the armed forces, British Army, and we used to move a lot. So it was sort of a strange job my stepfather had. And going to these new schools, I was forever having to fit in because I went to schools in 5 different countries, would you believe? One in Germany and one in Holland, another one here, there, and everywhere. And yeah, I was always trying to fit in.
Yeah.
Yes.
I had similar experiences. My mom moved a lot, so yeah. Kind of like when you make friends and then you get moved to another place and you have to start over. It's a little bit not good for a child, but by the way, I can't type in chat at the moment while I'm on the panel without clicking a button, and I'm not sure what it would do. So I can't talk in the regular chat right now, just the back chat. But I think that was asking about my avatar. Yes, that actually is a little circle part of one of my paintings.
Oh, wow.
How long have you been painting, Crystal?
Quite a long time, but I haven't painted in a while. My dad got real ill, and me and my sister were the only 2 out of my siblings that were taking care of him. So I kind of let things, my personal stuff go to the wayside, and I haven't picked it back up again. I was thinking the other day, because even oil paint has a certain smell, and it's kind of like I miss smelling that smell. I haven't smelled it in years, and I'm like, man, I would just love to just be able to start painting again, but I'm just juggling so much right now, so I have to wait a little while before I can, but I am going to go back to it.
That's great. I do needlepoint and draw, and Diane does sculpting, and she's actually really good at it. She's always really self-deprecating. She'll show something, and it's like, this is terrible, and it'll be amazing, So,
yeah. I also make handcrafted jewelry. I have clay art. So I have 3 sewing machines. I've been told that I have too many hobbies, but I don't have too many.
No, you can never have too many. I love
too many cats.
Yeah, I love doing creative things. I mean, that's my jam right there. It's almost like meditative while you're doing something, you know.
For sure. There's some kids in the hallway, by the way, occasionally running up and down screaming to go to the pool. So if you hear some wild ass screaming, that's what it is. So, but yeah, we could pivot to not talking about nothing but women stuff that's like about women and talk about just stuff like women do. Let's see, what is this message here?
What's your take on the afterlife with you ladies? What's your take on it all?
Let me let the other ladies speak. Oh, and also DNW, one thing that he always does is to ask
Yes.
he wants us to ask what's going on and what should we be doing. You know, that's another question we can ask. So afterlife and what's going on and what should we be doing about it.
Yeah.
So I'll start with Crystal. I'll put you on the spot there.
Okay. Well, the what's going on and what should we be doing, to me, that's like the big picture of everything that's going on in the world right now, which is, it's very overwhelming, really, to us all. But, I mean, we just have to do what we can to help others. Plus, work on our own spirituality is what I think about that, because you know, it's that old saying, be the change you want to see. But then if you want to change the world, you have to change yourself first. And as far as afterlife, I studied, I don't know if y'all know what this is, but I studied the Veda extensively before I got so ill. I feel like I've lost, like, you know, kind of, because I was so traumatically ill, I feel like I kind of lost some of my memory of all that, because literally I was so bad. But I study the Veda extensively, and lately I have been studying Sant-Mat, S-A-N-T-M-A-T, and some of the information in it is quite ancient. But
where is that from? Where does that originate from?
Oh, I couldn't even tell you, like, where, I mean, like, you know, it has Indian masters, you know, but then it also has people who are not, you know, people who are Americans and such. But Sant-Mat gave me a much bigger picture of everything and explained a whole bunch to me. Plus, I have two mentors. One mentor that he's an author. He's written a whole lot of books, and he and I, you know, he communicates back and forth with me, and he helped me through a really hard time, you know, just in the past few years. So I greatly appreciate him. And then I have another mentor who is a Reiki master, and I'm a Reiki master myself. I just haven't been doing any Reiki in a long time because I did get so ill. But the Sant-Mat is really opened my eyes to a much bigger picture of things like our karma and reincarnation. And I mean, it's just mind blowing what you will read in those documents, you know. And I'm sorry, stop and let someone else speak.
No problem.
Hello, ladies. It's an honor to come up and join you tonight.
Hi, Yolanda.
How are you?
Yolanda, what is going on and what are we going to do about it?
You know, I really like where you were going with this topic about referencing your illness, Crystal.
And of course, I cannot hear her.
Oh, can you all hear me?
I can.
Does she possibly have...
Yeah, I can't hear her.
Maybe should I go back out and try to come back in and see if she can hear me this time?
Chickpea, can you hear Yolanda?
Yeah.
I think it's something on your end, Crystal. Do you... I don't know.
Can try and come back and see if that fixes it. But usually the person who just came in has to go up and come back in, but I'll try. Well, happens.
Okay. I'll be
I think
back
that's a
in
great
minute.
idea because I would really love to continue where Crystal was going.
Okay.
Can I just ask? Sorry.
I'll just wait until she comes back up.
Okay, we'll do.
So, Crystal, what's your illness? Because I am plagued with illness ever since my sort of 40s. It all hit me. No.
I think Crystal's going out and coming back in to see if it fixes her audio. Yep.
Chickpea, my name is Yolanda. It's nice to meet you.
Yeah,
But I think that that's something I wanted to kind of talk about was a time of illness.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I myself am going through another difficult season. I have an autoimmune disease.
Not you as well. I thought you were going to say that.
Yes.
That is so weird. I am riddled with it, riddled right through my whole body. So please,
Yes.
I had a feeling you were going to say that. Weird.
Yeah,
So-
I had used my my YouTube channel to research and go down that path of wellness and my experience and reflection on what had helped me to get better, because it's definitely not something that's always easy to defeat.
No.
It comes and it goes.
Mhm.
And I always enjoy listening in on other people's experiences and see how it relates to myself and pick up maybe some little anecdotes or some advice. But
I've got to.
yeah.
Hey guys, just real quick, I want to tell Brett you're backstage here. It says your devices are not connected, so until you share your mic and your cam, it won't let you come up. So when you do that, you can come up.
I was reading Jeep's comment in the chat where she says that the female body falls apart in its 50s.
Yes.
Well, I'm younger than that, but I think a lot of it has to do with, I know on my story anyway, is a hormonal imbalance. And then identifying what paths that hormone imbalance and what it affects within the body, and then how it also affects the nervous system, you know. So I can see why a woman's body would fall apart in its 50s when you're transitioning and changing hormonally.
There's a group on Facebook that this lady, she's an African-American comedian type lady, and it's really funny. She calls it the "We Just Really Don't Care Much Anymore" club. And it's all about that. So
I like that.
She does a little checklist of what all we no longer care about.
But Landa, I've got some very, very bad RA and secondary I've got RA and secondary Sjogren's syndrome, so I'm pretty riddled. But I discovered via DW's channel, which is why I'm so hooked to it, to get a product called ALA. You buy it on Amazon. And it's all to do with when we get older, we become inflamed, we don't sweat properly. It sounds disgusting, but, it's a horrible subject. But I started taking it 6 months ago, and my pain levels have plummeted since taking this strange product that you buy on Amazon. And I also use comfrey ointments, something I also learned on this channel, which is why I'm so hooked to it, because I've found these two solutions to a nasty problem. So
well, we have that in common then, Miss Chickpea.
Why?
I have Sjogren's disease.
Oh my goodness! Oh, yes.
And RA, and the other, it's hyperinflammation, right? So I'm going to look into
I've got.
Yes, so I'm going to look into what you just talked about, but unfortunately, mine has advanced.
Yes.
And it attacks our organs.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, and unless one experiences it, then they really don't understand how frustrating that really is.
Crystal, how is it now?
That fixed it. Thank you.
But so we're the three of us here with it. Because you know what? I do believe it's my own unconscious mind doing it. I don't want to go out in the world anymore. I just want to hide away with my cats and my books. And I sometimes get this feeling it's my own unconscious mind making me ill. I know it sounds insane. But girls, write it down. You need to get ALA, go to Amazon, it's there, and comfrey ointment. The two work like a dream.
Thank you. Crystal, what was it that you had, or Yolanda rather, what did you want to talk to Crystal about? I remember you had wanted to ask her something.
Well, I remember her referencing being very, very ill, and I was curious to hear more about that.
Well, I mean, you know, I got the illness, you know, and I still struggle today to, I mean, I'm not so sure that everyone even knew what they were talking about, but anyway, I got the illness, you know, I got to the point where I couldn't even breathe. So they admitted me into the hospital, and I was listed in critical condition, of course, but you know, it was you know, you're in full isolation because they say that you're contagious, so none of your family can come there. So I was in ICU for 3 weeks, and even during the last week when I got out of that, I was scared for any of my family to come up there because that whole ward was that kind of illness. So I initially went in, they said it was COVID, and they said it was COVID pneumonia, and then they classified it as SARS-CoV-2 by the time I left, you know, but I was more dead than alive when I came out, and I literally almost died within a few hours after being released. But whatever it was, because, you know, people claim there is no such thing as a virus or whatever. I don't really know the answer to that, but my symptoms, as compared, if you compare COVID to the symptoms of radiation poisoning, they're almost identical. They're almost just line for line the same thing. And, you know, my hair was down to my knees. And after I got released from the hospital, as the months went by, my hair started falling out. So that is that's a symptom of radiation poisoning. But, you know, they were saying that that was something that happened with the COVID patients. But anyway, it was really bad. I've never experienced an illness like that in my life. I mean, your head hurts so bad, just even to move your body. It's almost indescribable what went on with me. And I think I got admitted on a Saturday, and then suddenly on a Sunday, the very next day, this CDC doctor appeared in my room. I had no idea he was going to come there. And he started telling me, you know, you're very ill. You know, every day they were telling me that I was going to die. I didn't appreciate that. But, you know, he came in there and he said, you know, you're very ill. And I said, yes, I know. And he said, there is a medication that helps people. It was called baricitinib. And he said, I've gotten special approval for you to get this. And he said it's in very short supply because it has been helping people, you know, that have COVID. And he said, I've gotten it for you. And he said, it's so many days worth. I think it was a 14-day treatment. And he said, if you don't respond to it within a few days, you're probably not going to make it. I mean, I just got so upset because they were constantly telling me that. And I didn't even tell my family that they were saying that to me because, you know, I didn't want to freak my family out. So the thing that helped me the most, you know, because you are stuck then. You're stuck in a room and you're enmeshed in the medical system, a medical system that you don't really fully approve of. And, you know, as we know what they do, but, you know, they tried to put me on a ventilator when I was admitted, and I said no, because I already knew what that would do. It would have killed me. So that's the hospitals got, I think it was like $65,000 from the government if you went on a ventilator. So, but I was well educated. I already knew everything fortunately, before I was admitted, I knew what was going on. I was aware of everything. So I said, no, I will not consent to that. And they got quite upset with me. And I began to wonder if that's why they were telling me every day, you're probably going to die. You may not make it. But I just thought it was strange. A CDC doctor showed up and no one told me he was coming. No one ever said anything. And then he's saying, I got special permission just for you to get you this medication. And honestly, that probably is a large part of what saved my life. Because
and that's what Dirty Lowlife asked. Did you feel like you were going to make it? Did you kind of have that sense throughout everything?
I had a knowingness in me that I was not going to die. I had that knowingness. However, like I said, within a few hours of being released, the oxygen company almost killed me, because literally I was on oxygen, a lot of it, a high rate of oxygen, because my lungs were so damaged. So I ran out of oxygen, and the guy was sitting out in the yard filling out paperwork, and my son went and told him I was out of oxygen, and he wasn't concerned. Wow. And oxygen saturation got down to 65%, and I was literally dying. Mm-hmm. My body was becoming like lead. I could barely move. And so I finally got some, and the guy was just going to dump everything on the porch and leave it. Fortunately, my son was here. So he brought the concentrator in and hooked it up and everything. I would have died if my son had not been here.
Well, I'm glad he was there.
Yeah, I had the knowingness I was going to make it, but then I didn't have the knowingness that I was going to be in such jeopardy shortly after being released.
Right.
And so, yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
So many things went on that caused this shortage of, the tank being in the red zone by the time I got home. So, and I don't want to get into all that, but the pharmacy and the oxygen company are probably very fortunate I didn't sue them, because I could have easily sued both the pharmacy, and because that's what delayed me in getting home. And you can't call the oxygen company until you do get home. Mm-hmm. You have to get home for them to bring you the stuff. So it was just a sequence of events that happened that caused me to be in a very bad situation. And I was so ill. Yeah, my head hurt so bad from lack of oxygen. For a solid week, I couldn't even hardly move and function. My head hurt so bad for like a solid week. And I waited a week before I called all these, the oxygen company and the pharmacy, and told them, you just about killed me with what you did. So, I wouldn't like to just sue somebody just for money or anything, but they did put my life in great jeopardy.
Sure. One thing I think is interesting that people don't know about hospitals, that you brought up a minute ago about feeling like you're in a box. One thing that we're implementing, I can talk about this because it's a public facing thing that's going to be a policy. Certain things that I can't talk about that are really harrowing, but this is one I can. They're going to have a policy where, and they have it already in a lot of hospitals, people don't know this, where they can lock you in. So this is kind of pivoting onto my type of topic, which is kind of the politics of policies in places that have to do with our rights, and their excuse for that will be that we have active shooters and we have things like that. So basically they can lock you into your hospital room now without your consent and say that it's for your safety. And they choose when to unlock the door. People don't really realize when they're in a hospital that they lose a lot of their rights. I mean, you can, leave without medical advice and stuff, but there are situations, especially with the older population, where they make decisions for people against their will all the time. You probably know a lot about that, Crystal. You kind of sound like somebody that's kind of, understands that. And that's really a scary thing that we need to kind of be mindful of. There will be a lot of metal detectors at hospitals also, and things like that. It's kind of the landscape of hospitals is changing. It's going to get a little bit more scary.
Yeah. And I would love to just say that the reason why I was curious, because it's a common theme in the conversations that I've joined throughout the years since I've started joining panels. And I know that the topic of illness is frustrating for a lot of people. But during that time, it was so bizarre to me to experience what Crystal just described. And no matter how much I would research and try to explain to my family what the symptoms of radiation was, you've got feedback on your mic, Crystal.
Yeah, there's nothing I can do about it. This is the only device I have.
Okay. Because I know with mine's close to my mouth, so I didn't know if it was one that you had a headset. I think it's really important to have these types of conversations because it was a traumatizing time for a lot of people, regardless if it had to do with health or social setting, employment, whatever. It was a difficult time. But even what you're describing, what you went through and how your son was an advocate for you, my aunt had to go through that with her son, and it almost sounds identical. And he almost died because of the oxygen. It was my aunt that fought really, really hard, and they wanted to get him on a ventilator. So I also wanted to focus on the concept of empathy. And you had mentioned that you were a Reiki master. And I know I work with animals for a living. And this time around, since I haven't been feeling well, I haven't even been able to do my job because energetically I can't put it into the animals like I have before. So I'm just thankful that I was able to join the panel and be with a group of individuals that could understand how important empathy is. And no matter how much people want to make fun of it, it's important in all aspects of life to have somebody there that is helping you to feel like you're cared for, because it can potentially be life-saving to make you feel that somebody cares about you.
Yeah, I had to segregate myself from everyone, Yolanda, because I had no breath in my body to even have a conversation. I would have to make a phone call, and then by the time I would get, even while I was on oxygen, I could only talk for a limited amount of time because literally all my life force was almost gone. That illness affected me so badly. It took everything out of my body that I almost had. I was on oxygen even for like 6 months after, and I finally got to this point, and I said, if I don't try to get off of this oxygen, I'm going to be stuck on it for my life. So I started slowly turning the knob down tiny bit each day to kind of get my body to try to kick back in more. But yeah, that was an experience I would never want to relive. I mean, I segregated. I was so sick, all I could do was sleep after I came home for like months and months and months. After I came home, all I did was sleep. My body was just trying to recover,
Well, I'm glad you did recover. But kind of pivoting into some different types of topics, I find that with different types of people, and I think men are this way too, there are people that you're friends with or acquaintances with. There's kind of different levels to friends. And some people you'll be friends with and my best friend is studying to be a doctor, so she's smart as hell. And she, if I talk politics to her, she knows what I'm talking about. We kind of tend to agree on a lot of different types of things. But I have other friends that I'm pretty close with on a completely different level. Like maybe I'm friends with them because of their empathetic nature, proximity with which they live, but I would never discuss politics with them, for example. And Crystal, until I have you respond, I'll just mute your mic, not to be rude, just to keep kind of the feedback off. Sorry about that. And then, yep. So yeah, that being said, so like if I were to say something, I don't know you ladies that well. So in terms of what you think about the war, for example, or what you think about like today, there was the death of someone named Mia Shiram in Israel. They burned their house down and they were trying to get their family out. And it reminded me of John Trudell from the American Indian movement. who they did the same thing to him. Now, I have friends that would know exactly what I'm talking about. I have others who I would never say that to. So it's almost like we have these different personas or different types of friendships. And I kind of wondered your experience with that. But before that, I'll say hi to Britt, except it looks like Britt left the stage here. Bye-bye, Britt. We had trouble with Britt having her mic and audio not working before. So let me, I'll go around and I'll unmute Crystal so she can speak. Whoever wants to go first on that, you know, like, which kinds of things do you kind of find yourself leaning towards when you're do you kind of compartmentalize your friendships? And also we could pivot into actually talking about some of those issues if you want. And hello, Britt, again. You want to say hello? I can't hear Britt. Can you guys hear her?
No. Britt, if you could, what is your browser if you want to write it in the back chat?
Can you hear me?
Oh, yes.
Barely.
Yes, we can hear you. Your mic is just low.
Yeah, your mic is super low.
Can you hear me now?
A little better.
Can you hear me? Okay,
I can hear.
Hold on. I'm on my phone. So let me see. Hold on.
Okay.
How about now?
I can hear you. Can you guys? I mean, it's very low,
Okay.
but I think people can hear you.
I can hear her. Yeah, I can hear her.
So nice to meet you, Britt. Did you want to share anything about anything we've been talking
Okay,
about?
How about now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I
There's a
can
lot of.
hear you. Yeah, I can hear you. Okay.
She's got a little delay too.
Yep. The owl has arrived. The owl has left.
Which, by the way, thank you, D&W, for hosting. And Emily, you're doing a fabulous job in leading us
Yeah, she's good, isn't
here
she?
on the panel.
Yes.
Yes.
There's Britt again. Britt again. Let's bring
You're
Britt
very
up.
good at it.
How is it now, Britt? Don't hear you at all, Britt. If you're speaking.
Okay. Yeah. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Very low. Yes, I can hear you, but you are very low.
How about now? I am.
It's okay. What did you want to say? And we'll try to hear you.
Okay. And I also have a delay. Okay, I just wanted to say that I guess I'm called a conspiracy theorist.
Okay.
So I don't trust the government. And this whole war thing is a complete setup. And I find it really annoying because it's so unnecessary on so many levels.
Britt, hey, you need to use a speaker or a headset because people really aren't going to be able to hear you too well. And for anyone who didn't hear, I'll just relay. She said that the war, she believes it's a setup and it's annoying to her on many levels. And then she kind of dropped out. So we'll try to get her back in on it again. So yeah, let me go around. Chickpea, in terms of politics and your friendships, are there people you like do and don't relay different types of things to, like I was saying before?
I'm very much a socialist. Even though I'm very much a socialist, and all my favourite politicians have always been socialists, and I believe in a socialist state. Sorry, most people don't like it, but that's what I believe in. And I'll tell you something, Emily. Back in the time when I was with this dustman and everything, they were such fun days. You wouldn't believe the fun I had. They were fun days. We were giving the dustman tea and coffee when we finished work and stuff. They were great times. 70s, lots of riots and things and fights. Sorry, I'll shut up.
No worries. Crystal, how about you? How do you kind of compartmentalize who you share things with and not?
Well, I mean, I'm surrounded by I guess what people would call NPCs. So it's hard for me to talk to anyone except really mainly on YouTube. My own family, I'm the only person who didn't take the juice, you know. So I just feel like that split everyone up, families, your friends, everything, because they don't think the same way we do. I hate to just like classify it that way, but they don't think the same way we do. So you can't share, you can't discuss things with them.
There are times when you feel not sure. Absolutely. And Yolanda, how about yourself?
I got into a time in my life where I had to really recognize what my goal was in each social setting. And when politics became the main component of conversation, and when I started to see that others were not recognizing one another's dignities and just appreciating that opposing views were okay, and when ad homs and when people got really intense, then I just learned to go ahead and disengage and either try to move the conversation in a different direction. And if that didn't work, then I would go ahead and just leave, because I think that there's so much more to life than just those topics. And I get really bored with those topics because it's just like a hamster wheel for me. And so I became more introverted. And it became a time within the last 5 years of my life for more inner reflection and learning. And then I was introduced to the YouTube live panels, and I could see that a lot of us just wanted to be heard.
Yeah, for sure. And we have someone coming in. I'm going to use the overlay because I think it's possibly a troll, but it's too good to pass up checking it out. So let me talk to this
smart.
person.
That's what it looks like.
Yeah. I don't think you have to be a genius to know this.
It's really honestly, Liam, a woman. It's great to go to the female.
Oh, good Lord.
Ladies. I don't mind trying.
That's kind of a violation of the rules there, buddy. But what did you want to say on behalf of womankind? I think he's left the building. Okay, yeah. We'll let that go. Hey, Mrs. Cougar Doomer, you're awfully quiet over there. So do you swag a bit like Cougar? Or are you around? Because last time I talked to you, you didn't come up.
Hi, I guess he told me I had to have a headset on, but I was looking at my headset. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, good. And I don't get feedback, so that's good. Okay, good. Well, thank you so much for being here. And I guess I was just saying is like what Cougar says is that we should not be talking about politics, religion, or economics. And the only thing we should be talking about is physics. And the physics are 0 was one of the numbers, which is in regards to fossil fuels. And so, so that's really helped me a lot in regards to even the whole thing with Iran and the war in Iran. Actually, we're kind of happy about what's happening in the war of Iran in regards to the shutting of the Strait of Hormuz, because we have to stop burning fossil fuels. And so it's like, okay, we can, that's okay that we're, and there's a lot of problems with the whole thing, but, really it's a matter of how do we save ourselves, and what do they say? Save as many as we can. And it's getting really bad in regards to our global heating and what's happening in the world. So that's all we really focus on, is what's happening, and that's what we have to start doing. And then growing food as the one thing that Cougars talks about, which is that we have to start village life. So it's like, how do we do that? And so that's what I'm working on. And I appreciate what you were saying, which was saying, by example, we have to live by example. So that's what I've been doing too, is I'm growing food in my backyard, in my front yard. and and also, I think it's really important to talk about our global crisis, and we're not doing that enough. And so, that's like, what does Greta Thunberg say? When you're in an emergency, that's all we should be talking about, and we are in an emergency.
Yeah.
So that's it. How is that? That was
That's awesome. That's awesome. That's what, Cougar, the first time I ever talked to your husband, I was talking about my court case, and he was talking about all this stuff like you just said, and adding the physics in. And I kind of felt like, well, I'm going to be fixating on this one court case. And he said, no, don't feel bad about that, because this is a polycrisis, meaning that one crisis leads to another. And with all the social engineering towards consumerism, which leads to what you're talking about, this use of fossil fuels, this war, and all of this kind of stuff. We also have, people being geared toward all of these sick and twisted things to fixate on, which has led to a lot of harm. My thing is about child harm online, and that's just one evil world within a world that's going on to do something about. But they all kind of, it's like a stack, like a set of dominoes. You hit one and you start hitting them all. So even just like you talking about growing food and village mentality making a comeback while we also battle this beast, it's very difficult, but I don't think it's impossible. And I hear Britt down there.
I guess I think it is impossible, because it's so much work. It's so difficult to grow food, to get your neighbors to grow food. And I guess you're talking about some court case, so I don't know, whatever you have to do there. I had to pay my bills today, so there's things we do. But in terms of okay, we say it's a polycrisis, which is true, but I think we really just have to stay focused on that. The emergency we're in. Like they say, when you're in emergency, that's all you talk about. And maybe it's just what we talk about is what, as many. Of course, I was talking about my banking today, so I wasn't talking to them about our emergency, but I try to. Even the people on the phone, I always mention it. And so, but I try to, at least. But or with my children, and now my daughter, our daughter, is saying, what did she say to me the other day? Well, I was saying that green is the new red, white, and blue in terms of 4th of July. And she says, Mom, if you say that, she wouldn't let me finish the statement. And my son was on the phone too. If you finish that statement, I'm going to hang up. And that really, so that was like, okay, now, so I haven't talked to her. And that's what Cougar has said. Don't talk to her. And so it's like that, so anyway, that's what we have to do, is talk about it. And also, we have to learn to live without fossil fuels. And that is the big job, and then, it is growing food is the big job, because that's our survival. And, and so, and then saving water and, things like that. And so, anyway, that's all, I guess, it's just that I don't mean to deny what you're having to deal with, but I really think it's very, it's the biggest challenge we have, and it's not going to be easy. And then convincing my neighbors, so basically what I've been doing is I try to give Cougar's book to my neighbors. I would give them free books, because he talks about the end of civilization. And, and that's the name of his first book, which is saying, it was 100 Days, an end of civilization novel. And even the new novel that he's working on is called Ariadne, and the subtitle is The Rise of AI and the Fall of Mankind. And even today, or Cougar was telling me, somebody was saying that AI in like 2 years is going to get rid of all of our jobs. So, okay, so it's like just like with COVID, it's a concurrency of voices in regards to our AI and losing our jobs. And then with fossil fuels, that's all of our jobs too. So are we going to wait till all the jobs are gone, and then we're going to figure out how we're going to live? Or even when they say, we have to be to zero fossil fuels by 2050, do we wait to 2050 to figure out how to live without them? And so and so it's just a big job. And so and then convincing people to change their focus. But I think with the AI is actually making it easier, because That's happening too. So now we have two issues. And just like with COVID, that was another issue, where, you couldn't go into stores, or, you needed to be outside. And so all those messages were confirming the fact that we need to start growing our own food.
You know what, Mrs. Cougar? I used to belong to the animal rights movement when I was young, and I'm still a member of it, but I don't do it so much. And I've always found people just don't want to know the bad stuff. They just want the happy, clappy rubbish. And they do. They're not interested.
Well, what Miss Cougar was
fine.
what you were saying, about what people would do out here. I actually think the people at large would be way more willing to do things. It's the billionaire class that want to keep it this way, and they will extract every resource they can before they'll stop once there's no more money to be made.
I mean, I'm not so sure. I'll tell you something, because I used to go out demonstrate. This was when I was young in London. And we had these horrible screens of animals being tortured, lambs being hung upside down, having their throats cut, and people don't care. And the thing is, at the end of the day, it's not just the cruelty, but 80% of the soy crops that are supposedly destroying the earth are fed to livestock to feed to humans. That's how insane it's all become.
It's mostly, I think, Chickpea, though, it's mostly that people don't think about it. We don't have to go and do that to the animals ourselves.
Yeah, but if you pay someone to do it, blah, 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 it's tantamount doing it yourself.
I get it, but it is way easier to
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, stop saying people just ignore it. Same with global warming.
Yeah, and that's what I was thinking, like with coal mining, for example, with robots doing things and AI doing things. It's not like they're going to, use that to do things better. It's going to be, we can go ahead and extract everything we need without having to use human labor. We now will have things to do it that don't need to eat, don't need a brick, don't need a bathroom brick, don't need air, don't need anything. And so that's going to be the temptation. And in a way, you also look at the immigration crisis, and that all of a sudden they don't really need immigrants anymore to do all these horrible jobs and pay them under the table. I remember when I worked as a paralegal in Texas, I saw they had a whole crew redoing. It was in an old house. It was actually a place where people would come in to get their ankle monitors that was on the lower floor, and on the top floor was our law firm. So I was up there. And they had this crew redoing and painting this house, and they had no protective gear. And I looked out the window, and there's this guy literally hanging to paint this windowsill with nothing holding him up. And I'm like, oh my God. And that's the state of affairs with, this kind of labor. And they like having labor like that. They can underpay them. You'll be afraid to report abuse or harassment or injuries. So they now they don't need them as much anymore. They're going to be replacing them with machines. So, that's it. Unfortunately, instead of it making the world better like it could, it'll just be, unless we end the wealth disparity in this world, that this stuff's going to continue.
I don't think it'll ever happen. I mean, speaking as an old lady, I'm in my 70s, and I have seen year on year how much hotter our winters are becoming. It's the winters I've noticed, and no one has noticed it until very recently. I've seen it coming for the past 40 years. Yeah, what's happening now?
Yep.
I saw it 40 years ago.
Not to be rude to Britt, because Britt is back. Britt, are you able to be heard?
Okay, can you hear me?
Barely.
Oh, God.
Yep. Do you have a headset you could plug into or something?
Yeah, I'm plugged into a headset on my phone.
Okay. Do you have another device?
Nope. I just have my phone today. That's probably...
That's a little better. Whatever that background noise is gone. I can hear you, but barely.
Okay, so I'm just saying that I don't believe in global warming. I believe it's all bullshit, quite honestly. And I think we're more likely going into an ice age. There was actually an ice age at the beginning of the 19th century, where the Thames froze over. So all this is engineering, and everyone's in all this fear. And I think it's a load of crap. And everyone's like, oh my God, COVID. Oh my God, we have to have all our gardens and all this stuff. And I think it's baloney.
What say you, Cougar Doomer, Mrs. Cougar Doomer?
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. I'm not really that. I mean, what can you say? But the thing is, I mean, the science shows where we're at. And the thing is that, what was I saying? I mean, we were listening to a program finding futures or something like that. It's with some of the scientists, and they was, like you were saying, sweetie, was about, the billionaires, and and the program, it's a YouTube channel, was saying, it was the fossil fuel industry, and that is something that we take umbrage to, I think is the word, because it's really us. And that's where people, they say that actually the people like this woman who was, denying it all, they say that the people that deny it all are oftentimes very scared because
No,
and
I'm
even
not
Cougar.
scared.
Okay,
I'm
right.
not scared.
Fine.
No,
Anyway, I
no,
was just
no, you
saying is
don't
that
just dismiss
the getting back.
someone.
Okay, it's okay. I don't want to hear it, but it was just
No, I
basically.
want to talk.
Okay,
I
fine. I
should
was
be
just gonna
able to
finish.
talk.
Okay, I'll let
Just
you
let
talk.
her
I was just
land.
gonna finish.
Britt, let her.
Finish
Hey,
this.
Britt, let
Just
her
finish
land
the
her
sentence.
point. Yeah, and then you
Just
can
the point
jump in.
was, when I was bringing up the science and saying that they were very mad at the fossil fuel industry, I was saying it's us, and that's what Cougar always says. It's us, and how we're going to learn to live without it, and that we're the ones that are driving and flying and movement of goods, and and not being vegan, and eating meat and all this stuff, and so it's us. So anyway, that was it, and that's what we have to do, is learn to live without it. And we are experiencing global heating, and the charts are showing us, and we're off the charts. All right, that's it.
Yeah, because I guess you trust the science, right?
Well,
Trust
yes,
the curve.
that's the
Right,
basis of
because if
science, is
can
you
I
have to
just
trust
can
it.
I just can I just
Yeah,
say
go ahead.
this?
That's fine.
During when COVID first started, the scientists said, "Oh yeah, 2 weeks to flatten the curve." What happened? Trusting the science. Yeah, crickets, because we all know what happened.
Well, here's the thing. I know that I'm not going to have the same opinion as either of you entirely, but I do think because there's a few differences of opinion I might have with people who are science-minded, where I question certain narratives. The flip side is that I know that I am on the side of science in terms of I want to know what the science says, and then it needs to test against itself and test against itself and test against itself, and then we look and see what we believe. And we need open access to information, which we often don't have. I think that would be one place where Britt and I would agree. But I was noticing something on a side note that about Mrs. Cougar Doomer. Chickpea says in the back chat that your husband is a star and she loves him and envies you having access to a man who sees the brutal truth. And I agree. And I think it's funny because you also notice how people pick up affectations of their spouse or people that they're around a lot. So like there's a certain rhythm to the way that you talk that's reminiscent of your husband, which is funny. But just on a side note, I happen to notice that. So, Crystal, what say you on this topic of the Earth and the billionaire class and whatnot?
There was something I wanted to ask Yolanda, but she's already left now. But I know that Britt mentioned, like supplies of things and such. She kind of touched on that. But I must tell you that when I became ill, if I hadn't had a kitchen with food in it, I would have been in a lot of trouble because I was too ill to even cook for myself. So when COVID first started, the first thing I did was I started stocking up on everything. And we are talking, I did not have to go through the toilet paper shortage. I already had toilet paper. I bought shampoo, conditioner, soap, detergent, a lot of food. I had my kitchen full when I became ill. And it was all I could do to make myself a bowl of soup, eat, and then go pass back out again. So I was very thankful that I had stocked up on things and had things in the house so that I didn't have to try to go get in a car and go somewhere, because I just wasn't able to. And I was very thankful that I had something in me, must have known I was going to get sick, maybe. I don't know. Mm-hmm. And I still actually do stay quite stocked up on things even now, because I do think that our food is just going to keep becoming more and more expensive. And that's why it's a good idea to grow some of your own food if you can, if you're able. So I think people who live off grid are very smart because they're not relying on the system, for all of their needs. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah,
Emily,
oh, go ahead, Chickpea.
Emily, have you ever heard of the 1976 water horror we suffered in England? Have you ever heard of that?
Nope.
The water horror. Back in 1976, we had this very, very hot summer here in the UK, and I was living in Portsmouth at the time, and we had no water coming out of the taps, no water flushing the loos. There was no water anywhere. There was just no water. And we had to collect the water from a standpipe on the street that was manned by a squaddy. It was all right in those days because the people were so sweet-natured. But I dread to think what's going to happen this time now, because I tell you, Emily, I could see water shortages come to the UK this summer. So we've had barely any rain. The heat is ridiculous. And the population has doubled since 1976. But I was living in a world where we couldn't flush our dirty loos. There was no water to flush them with. And I've actually lived in that. Yes, it was only for about 3 weeks, but I still lived through it.
Yeah, I'm sure it leaves an impression. And that's what I was thinking about what Crystal was saying. So I did this too, kind of, I live a little bit rural, so I always bought more than I needed and I kept it on hand and then I have stuff, right? But there are people that can't do that. And we can't fault those people for living in a place where they can't do that. So don't we look at that as a society and we say, and it does make you start thinking, it's this mentality too of, and that whole parable, of the ant and the grasshopper, the one that was working and storing away and the other one that wasn't, is the lesson on laziness. But the flip side is access to things and other things like that play in as well. So wouldn't a shareocracy make better sense? Because then we all have something. If one person has something but they share it, then we all have something, as opposed to this fear mongering where they tell you to be prepared, but then also be prepared to fight your neighbors over the food because they're going to be trying to break your door down.
Well, Emily, yeah,
but
scared. Yeah,
but instead of being, go ahead.
I live in central London. It's very nice and everything, but the water shortage thing is really starting to scare me because, like I said, I've seen it happen in this green and pleasant land, and you wouldn't believe it when you turn on a tap and there's no water comes through. I dread to think what's going to happen when that occurs again, because UK water is in the hands of foreign corporations. It's all been sold off. The London water belongs to the Malaysian corporation, so they don't care. Why should they?
Actually, Wales provides a lot of water to
Pardon?
England. Wales.
Who?
She said Wales. Yeah.
Wait. Yeah, but Britt, I don't wish to criticise you. Okay, now I know Wales provides a lot of water, but it's all been privatised. Okay, it's no longer run by the government. It's all run by private corporations. So things have changed a lot since the days when the water companies were owned by a government collective. They're now owned by private water companies. And the private water companies don't owe us customers a thing, nothing. And this is what's scaring me with the next water thing.
And we have cooperatives here too. We have some cooperatives here. So.
Well, we don't, not where I live. It's all I know a lot about this because I was one of the people that stood on the street bloody well, demonstrating against things like I'm a socialist. But back in 1976, even though the water companies were owned by the government, there was still no water for people like me. I had to go to the street with a bucket. So did all my neighbours. And I dread to think what will happen this time. I'm quite worried about it, I tell you, because we are having one heck of a summer. Terrifying. Anyway, I'll shut up now. Subject of water.
I was going to say something because in response to the science issue, one of the things that you can look at as a barometer of understanding the science, or even understanding anything, is to follow the money. They always say that. And even with, so you can't really compare what COVID, the whole thing with COVID, because a lot of, actually, I did not immunize our children, and we did not take, Cougar and I did not take, the COVID vaccine. And so, even, in terms of pharmaceuticals, they have a vested interest in us taking it, as well as I was comparing it with fossil fuels because the message with fossil fuels is that we have to stop burning it. We have to, what is it called? Can you hear me still?
I can hear you.
Okay, good. What's his? I forget his name, but he talks about the great simplification, and Nate Hagen, and we're not it's the end of money. It's the end of jobs, the end of industrialization, the end of consumerism, capitalism, and whereas with COVID, even the issues of the vaccine was to get us back into consumerism and capitalism, make sure that we could all be in big crowds and go see Taylor Swift and all of the things, and so that was, so that I think that's a good barometer to understand the science that is different with climate change, is that there, really the answer is not the electric car and all the other things. It's really it's stopping burning fossil fuels. That's the only answer. So that answer rings true to that there is no money behind this operation, because that's the thing we're going to have to let go of. And that's where, the great simplification of, growing food and village life. So
I agree. The problem is every time, I read about a community that tried to do that. And of course, we know about the Oneida. And of course, it wasn't focused on fossil fuels, but it was focused on village life. And I read about another community that tried to do that on a small scale. And they came and were super violent with them, even kicking them in the face, breaking their teeth, and dismantling the whole thing. When people display that kind of violence towards people for doing exactly what you just said, what are we to do? As the Finding Gnosis intro says, like, we know what's going on, but what to do?
Oh, so are you saying that people were injured for going towards a great simplification from the capital and
every time they attempt it, they're stopped either at the beginning by being infiltrated and wrecked that way, or full on violence, and that is what stops people.
Wow. Oh, okay. Well, I guess so, but I think that you were talking about the billionaire class, and we were talking about it too. And that things are getting so bad that I don't know how much, police action there'll be against village life, because, everybody's going to be trying to survive, and the billionaires will do fine. They'll do fine. But, it's like, how are we going to survive is the question. And I'm not fearful of, people attacking us for that. I think that, I don't know. That's how I feel. But, I mean,
I'm not either. I just recognize it. Yeah. I recognize it as something to be wary of. And that's what they use to make us wary of trying to start getting something off the ground like that.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. That's true.
And Emily, can I say something else?
Sure.
On the subject of corporation, should I tell you something else about people, okay? Because I love this subject, the corporation. The vast majority of people are so stupid, so ill-informed, they don't even realize that the corporation's first duty is to his shareholders. This is how it's written in text, his shareholders, not to his customers like us. So when the water goes to pot, it's not the water company's responsibility. It's not. That's how crazy it is. And there's been no work done to the infrastructure in London since it was privatized 50 years ago. No work at all. It's just been left. We get terrible water leakages in this city. Sometimes whole streets get flooded. And people just do not see the damage that selling off the water has done. It breaks my heart because I'm a socialist. And it amazes me. Sorry, I'll shut the fuck up about the corporation.
No. Crystal, we have the whole thing in America with the data centers. What's your take? Do you have any take on that? Any local stories? I know here we have people, they went to turn their tap on like Chickpea was talking about, and no water came out. They're buying up hundreds of acres. And we have farmers in America who are turning down millions and millions of dollars, elderly farmers who are going to die, but they, it won't sit right with their soul, so they won't do it, turning down that money, and young ones as well. So like Crystal, do you have any opinion on that, or Mrs. Cougar-Dimmer?
Yes. Well, I live in Tulsa, on the outskirts of Tulsa in Oklahoma. and they're trying to put a data center right across the river from me. I only live like 1 mile away from the Arkansas River, and they're trying to put a data center in Sand Springs on the other side of the river over there. And, you know, the city of Sand Springs is trying to fight it. But, you know, it's Google. It's Google that's over this one. So I don't know how that's going to turn out. And they were going to install a data center there and then pump water from Skiatook, a totally different city that's like north. So I'm not sure how, I don't understand their logic, but, you know, I think water is going to be a shortage. I think that electricity is going to be a shortage. And they're talking about how, well, we're not going to raise your rate on this utility. However, here's the problem. Once they commandeer a utility such as water or electricity, I mean, there's already been the example of people in houses where they've cut them off from the electric. You know, they just don't provide, they're not going to provide them any electricity anymore. So, you know, how much it costs is a moot point because they're not telling the full story about how your house may not even be provided any electricity. So then that, you know, those people are just screwed unless they're going to totally revamp their house and make it off grid. But, you know, I think there's so many dangers to it. And we all know what the data centers are planned for, and it's to capture all of our data, you know, and have it in one big place. So I don't see much positive about it, you know.
I agree. Chickpea, do you have anything going on in the UK related to data centers or also data mining, like surveillance culture? I know in Greece they had the whole controversy about that.
The UK surveillance culture, they're going to start bringing in digital IDs on our phones. That's on the, it's happening now. That's already starting. And oh yes, there's go in the supermarket. There's cameras everywhere, cameras down the road. I must admit, it doesn't bother me because you know what? I'm too old to care anymore. I'm just too old. I'm too old to care. I'm far more worried about water coming out the taps and yes, but it's everywhere. Yes, you know what? They even I even have my bank account scanned by the DWP because I'm a pensioner, and they actually know what I'm buying it's monitored. That's true. Creepy. Yeah. Well, if you're going to look at my bank account, it's Amazon, Tesco. You know what? They can look to their heart's content. I really don't care, but yes, it's happening here. It's quite bad here.
I'd love to get Mrs. Cougar Doomer in on this too, and Britt, because also another thing that I was thinking about, I saw somebody made a video called "Stop Telling AI Everything," and I know a lot of people are getting in the habit of asking AI its opinion. And I know Cougar Doomer specifically was talking the other day about how it kind of, he had a more intelligent way of saying it kisses your ass with its answers, and it does. I mean, I noticed it's very sycophantic. It's like, not that the answers don't make some sort of logical sense, but they really do lean toward what you want to hear, which, you know, makes the information not quite so reliable. So yeah, I kind of wanted your take on some of that.
Yeah.
Whoever wants to go first.
Me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Britt. Yep, okay. Lowly, but yes.
Okay, so I do think AI is psychopathic, and I don't use AI. I refuse to use it. Because when I totally agree, it's going to give you what you want to hear. And I just ended up getting into an argument with it. So I thought, you know what, this is really stupid. And that's why it's called artificial intelligence. This is just data that has no empathy. And so it's not going to be taking over the world. It's not going to be taking away our jobs. It's not that smart.
I beg to differ there. I must admit. I beg to differ.
Go ahead, JP.
Huh?
Go ahead.
Elon Musk has said already in 10 years or 5 years' time, it will be possible to download a law degree in the space of half an hour to a little chip in your brain. and he's already said that.
Well, I don't care what Elon Musk says.
Well, I do care what he says because he knows what he's talking about, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah, right. Because did you know that Elon Musk was originally an actor? He did.
Whatever he was, whatever he was. No, I tell you, I think we disregard the guys in Silicon Valley to our own detriment. Oh no,
right,
I truly
Bill Gates. Yeah, right.
Well, if that's what you want, they will call us all in. They will do, and they will do.
Ladies, we have a new lady in the room. Hi, Mrs. G.
Anyway,
hey, all, are you okay?
Oh, do you want to?
How are you, Alyssa?
I'm very well, thank you.
Or no?
So, do you have any thing you'd like to weigh in on this particular topic, or another one that we've been talking about, or a new one?
Yeah, I'm completely unaware of what topics you've been discussing tonight, as I've been flitting back and forth, dealing with things, you know, being a mum and all. But
understandable.
I'm not sure if this is anything to do with any topics you've discussed, but there's something I've come across as mama lately, and there is a new hormone that I've become aware of through the fact that my son is now 7 and displaying certain behaviours. And then I came across something I never heard of, considering I've done a lot of childcare learning throughout, you know, becoming a teacher and everything. Came across was adrenarche hormone, which is the hormone that comes before the full-blown puberty.
Is it adrenochrome, or am I saying it wrong?
Adrenarche or adrenaca? Yeah,
adrenochrome. Okay.
Yeah, it's the one before the main puberty. It is. Yeah, so I've come across that and noticed these particular behaviors were happening in our son, and I came across this and I was like, wow. There's certain elements of this. I'm like, you know, emotional dysfunction, you know, sensitivities, you know, things like that. And there's like a lot of things that never bothered Carter that's bothering him now. And I was just putting it down to just awareness coming online, you know, because he's 7 now, you know, and his intellect coming online and things like that. And
things are happening younger. Things are happening younger for kids, is what I'm understanding.
I agree. Yes, I agree. There are a lot of children at the moment. I've heard that are coming on their periods, especially girls at the age of 8, 9. And I'm like, wow, I was 13. I was.
Yeah.
Well, I'm in the background. I know I'm male, but can I have a go and explain that adrenarche to some of the ladies on here, that the research we did?
I mean,
sorry.
What? Go ahead.
Well, sorry. On the subject of hormones, I come from Holland, and back in the 50s already, you know, Holland's very high on dairy products. It produces, you know, untold gallons of milk. And my uncle told me back in the 50s already, he used to go fishing in the Mars, and he saw the fish changing into females. The boy fish were changing into females, and that was in the 50s. So that was quite a long time ago, 90 years. And he used to talk to me about it, about these fish changing sex. Granted, it was in Holland, but then Holland, of course, produces huge amounts of estrogen because it's a dairy country, and that's where it's all coming from. So yes, it is happening.
You know, I watched a GI doctor where I worked flat out say, look, dairy is a class 1 carcinogen. And the attorney was just looking at him like he couldn't believe he said that. But he's like, well, it is, you know. And so, yeah, it's funny. But so that's becoming mainstream. I know about 10 or 20 years ago, people would scoff at you for saying that. But also the microplastics, you know, we know that these mimic hormones and we're being exposed to no telling what. But yeah, Alyssa, I would love to hear about your homeschooling journey or different, you know, you and I both, did you work in public education at one time, I think?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I worked in a primary school for 13 years. And then things started to change quite rapidly then in the sector of primary school, and they were amalgamating the schools, and the age was 3 to 16. And they were putting them all into one sort of situation. It was a bit weird for me. And then the curriculum aspects were changing, certain subjects were changing that I thought wasn't really meant for teachers to teach. I think it should be parents, really. You know, there was a lot of things coming into the sector, like, you know, like breakfast club, things like that, you know, and I'm thinking, for crying out loud, you know, do this at home. You know, there's a lot of things that were happening. Right. Pregnant with Carter, first baby. So as you can imagine, a lot of emotions were high, as you can imagine, with the change and things. And thankfully, there was an option to take redundancy. So I thought, bugger it, I'm going to take that. And they didn't return after maternity leave and decided to homeschool from the start. So, yeah.
Question, because in America the homeschooling laws are different from state to state. So like in one state it's a free-for-all, and in another state they make you either have a licensed teacher look at your curriculum or you have to be one yourself. There even have been people who have gotten in trouble for having a gun in their home because the home is a school. All kinds of weird ways to kind of, the people that are anti-homeschooling, to kind of have a go at people. What are the laws like there? How easy is it to get going on homeschooling?
To be honest, I'm pretty jealous of the laws you have here compared to the UK because, oh my God, I wish we could legalize guns in our country. I swear to God, because it's scary now. It's crazy the world we're living in.
No problem.
Sorry.
Emily, it's important to add this, right, because there's an element of this that obviously people don't know that I had to deal with personally. Apologize for being male, guys, but the reason this question is I appreciate you, Emily. The reason this is difficult for Alyssa to answer.
Oh, you disappeared.
Doesn't have a birth certificate. He's not registered with the government. So the laws here are different for other children that go through homeschooling. Carter got a different set of laws because he wasn't registered for those laws. So I will tell you this, the laws here for homeschooling are far stricter than what people think. And for me and Lisa to get complete freedom, we had to make sure our child wasn't registered. Does that change the question at all?
No, not at all. But let the lady do the lady splaining, and then you can come
Shut up, I'm
on
gonna
the
shut
guys
up.
take over.
Yeah, I thought that obviously, the channel there is quite different for myself because I haven't registered my child and into the government. So there is a lot of lenience there to a degree, but I have made sure that the likes of my health visitor, social, at any point can come to my home and see Carter's education is all documented from start to finish. Is all in A3 files. I've got about 9 now, is it? 9 files full now of photographic evidence and assessments.
Awesome.
It's all documented, yeah.
One thing here in America, and it's funny because I was just looking at Twitter briefly earlier, and Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's kind of done a whole flip from being kind of a right-wing extremist to being an independent who kind of tells the truth. She said that in just a few years, our Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid system is going to be bankrupt if we don't do something. And that's the main reason people get their child a Social Security card and get them hooked up into the system, is the idea that, well, we've been paying into the system our whole lives. So we want to have an output for that. And you feel like you're doing your child a disservice by not giving them access to that. But at the same time, if it's going to go away anyway, what say you about that, about, being part of the state versus kind of taking care of things yourself? Or where do you see that? Obviously you didn't register him, so you value your freedom from the system over the benefits from joining up. So Alyssa, did you want to add anything to that?
I obviously, with him not being registered, I clearly can't claim child benefits, so I try and do everything myself, that to the best of my ability, of course, with certain difficulties being my husband's carer and things like that. So there are slight limitations in regards to, I don't know what it.
I've been told to set up, I can't.
Certain things you can't do. That you could have access to, right?
Yeah.
Do you worry about that for the future, or do you plan on changing that up? Or
no, I'm happy to adapt with him and learn alongside him. There's nothing I'm ashamed of. If there's something I don't understand, I'll learn alongside him, and he'll love that, I think. So.
And he's got an amazing father that can teach him all sorts of things.
So how about you, Mrs. Cougar Doomer? What do you think about that current system being about to be bankrupted, or do you believe that? Are you there, Mrs. Cougar Doomer? Maybe she stepped away for a moment. Anybody else want to? Oh, there you are.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Well, one thing I was going to say about something else. Oh, it was about the water when Chick P was talking about water. And the thing I was thinking about is that it really does, we were talking about AI and water and electricity and things like that. So I think it's a concurrency of voices again for us to get prepared for living, to have our rainwater in San Jose. We can have what? My audio is terrible. Oh, I guess it's my headset. You can't hear me well? Unless
I can hear you. It's a little scratchy though, but I can hear you.
Oh, there's my bad headset. How's that? I don't know if that's any better. Oh, okay, good. So anyway, just collect, I guess we're talking about self-sufficiency, and even the thing with Social Security, I read that too. And we're on Social Security right now. Is that, we have to, and they even say, don't be dependent on Social Security. So it's about, it is self-sufficiency. And I say is that, living without fossil fuels is where all our needs are met by ourselves and our neighbors. That's the reality we have to go towards. And so even with the water, so that's a concurrency with AI putting more pressure on us to do that, because it's not like the corporations are going to stop taking the electricity and the water, because that's their whole thing. And so we have to be prepared. So it inspires me to get a bigger cisterns, and that's what we have to do. And the thing is, many of us won't survive. It's going to be very difficult. And so, and fossil fuels has made it, that we have 8 billion people, and that's not going forward. So we have to get ready to survive. And I guess that's it.
Yeah, I agree. Was paying attention to the chat here a little bit, who they seem to think, they only pick up on us talking about, pets and ailments, but we've also pivoted into the money system, the environment, school system. So, we kind of flow with what we've got. Chickpea, you say here, you can cope without electricity, but water is another story. Yeah, absolutely. Alyssa, let's maybe pivot to being an adult carer of an adult with, on the spectrum. We have so many more people now who are on the spectrum. So, how has the awareness of what that means helped you in like navigating? Because obviously now when you say my husband has autism, people don't balk and say, what's that? Like they might would have decades ago. So, yeah.
Wonderful. Yeah, that's a great question, actually. I don't know whether you've seen the comment there, Emily, but I did wanted to mention something of why we chose homeschooling and why it's so vital, really, is because based on his father's struggles with the things he believes in, the faith he has, and things like that, and how subjective and dualistic, the school system can be, that would have had a tremendous effect on a bond with his father, because he would come home with that sort of jargon, and then it would just constantly be back and forth. There would just be no connection there, and it would just be fight all the time. So I think that was massively important to refrain from, really, as well, for him to build this bond with his father and have a full understanding of everything.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously teach our beliefs without any interference, really,
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm curious because, like, in America, adults with autism get services and things like that. So do you guys have that in the UK?
Oh, sorry, you broke up a bit there then. Sorry, love. I couldn't catch it off it.
Do you have, so like adults or children and adults in America with autism, unfortunately, sometimes the trade-off for getting those services, like the coming in-home therapies and things, is, you have to do things their way. So like when I worked in the schools and we worked with kids, there were some applied behavioral analysis things they wanted us to do with the kids that I thought were very, as one parent put it, abusey, which I agreed.
Yeah.
And one kid I worked with, his father and I both, we used to have meetings on the kids called ARDS, and his child was brilliant. I mean, we were watching a computer game and some French came on, and he learned it and mimicked it perfectly. And I had him doing math at a level higher than the other kids at one point, but he also obviously had impairments, but they were trying to kind of code him as mentally retarded. And he absolutely wasn't. And me and the dad both like walked out of the meeting and go, nope, no way is this kid retarded. Yeah. So it's just so annoying. And, so when you have to have the system in your home to get those services and they want you to do things their way, have you guys experienced any of that?
Not at the moment, not with ours anyway at the moment, but like I have experienced it in my work time in school, because, oh my goodness,
I have a different,
Sorry, what's that?
I have a different answer.
I know you do. Shut up. Sorry. You're getting excited here next to me and it's putting me off. I'm sorry.
Sorry,
Right,
Emily.
shut up. Right, sorry.
let her tell her
Right, where was
yeah.
I? In the workspace, yes. With I found that a lot of parents struggled with getting their children diagnosed, being on the waiting list for so long, like constant, long-winded assessments. Like it's phenomenal just to try and get the diagnosis is crazy and heartbreaking in some cases. But I have come across like so many intelligent autistics. It's phenomenal. Like what they can retain in memory is like phenomenal. Like you've seen about that one with the French. There was one with the dinosaurs in my school, and he just like could name all these different dinosaurs I never even heard of in my life. And I'm like, what? And he could say all the names and spell it out and write them down and draw them even. He just knew everything about these dinosaurs. And I go, what? It's insane. Yeah, it's incredible.
Absolutely. And
Emily, being the autistic, and I know I'm male here, but you did ask, would I be able to give an answer if you ladies don't mind being the person?
We'll let you come up in a little bit, Guru. We don't want to be unfair to the wife.
No, that's
fair enough. Girl power. Girl power.
Maybe Joe thinks he's a girl.
Jot down what you want to, like if you have a thought at the moment, you could jot it down for when the men come up. Okay.
Great idea. And I will. Thank you, Emily.
Yep, sounds good. So yeah, let's see what we could pivot to. I don't know.
I was looking at what
yeah.
Jeeps was saying in the chat, and really we have to be okay with losing everything and to stop clinging onto this fear and what's going on the outside, because under everything it's an inside job. We should really be focusing on our own accountability and what we do on a daily basis. If you're constantly focused on all this doom and gloom, you're not going to get anything done. I live and work in New York City.
Really? I beg to differ there. The trouble is
you do. No,
wait a second.
I'm sure you do.
Yeah, let her finish. Britt, I'm going to let you finish, and then Chickpea, you can respond to her in a second.
Okay, because like during COVID, I worked during COVID. I went down the subways during COVID. I did not wear a mask. I did not get the jab, and I'm fine. I didn't go into all that fear.
Well, neither did I. I went out and about as normal. I just didn't wear a mask. I didn't do anything, never could. I don't even believe it existed. That's what I think. Now, people are far too happy-clappy nowadays, because I tell you something, there's trouble coming our way, big, big trouble. And every single word Mr. Cougar says is coming our way. And I tell you something, people, it's too late anyway. The damage is already done. It's already too late. That's why the rich men are all building their bunkers in New Zealand and Switzerland. Have you seen the bunkers in Switzerland? They're building for themselves.
I don't care about the bunkers in Switzerland. All I care about.
That's why they're building them. No, that's why they're building them, because when the ship hits them.
I don't have
why are they building bunkers?
The only control I have is what I have with my emotions, with what I do on a daily basis.
That's the same for all of us. That's the same for all of us. But I find people.
Let's hear from like Crystal, Alyssa, and Mrs. Cougar. Maybe starting with Crystal, because she hasn't talked in a while. Like Crystal, what do you think about like managing? Kind of, to me, I'll answer for Britt and Chickpea. I'm somewhere in the middle. Obviously, things are very bad, but I do think they could turn around. And I also, of course, think that limiting how fearful you allow yourself to be and dealing with the only thing you can control, which is yourself, is helpful. So what say you, Crystal?
Well, first of all, I want to say I greatly admire Alyssa for her homeschooling and making that effort for her child. That's wonderful. And on the comment about what we're discussing, only certain things, that's not true. And I'm pretty sure I know who that person represents. And the last thing I'll say for now is there is a cyclical process to Earth, to the planets, and the cosmos. And there is a cyclical reset And I think that the powers that should not be are aware of this, and that's why they're preparing for, with all their underground bunkers and all the things they're doing. They know what's coming, but they're not sharing that information with us. And all we can do is just the best of what we can do. And honestly, I try to focus more on spiritual development and such, and not to live in fear. I mean, fear is not going to help you. It's only going to feed itself, so to speak. So I mean, I have faced losing my life multiple times, not just the once, but it actually really does make you stronger, and not weaker, stronger and less fearful. I mean, I'm in circumstances right now where I'm having to deal with certain things, and I know all I have is me. So I just stand up for myself and do what I need to do. And we all just have to do the best we can for ourselves, our families, and our friends if we can as well.
I think that's a great take on things. And Mrs. Cougar Doomer, how about yourself? We can't hear you if you are talking. You're muted.
Okay. Hi, can you hear me? Is my mic really bad still?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay, good. Well, I'm not sure exactly what we're talking about. We homeschooled our kids in California, San Jose. No, she hears me. Yeah. And anyway, and so we didn't have any trouble with that. And my son loved it. My daughter, I guess.
You still there? We can't hear you now, Mrs. Cougar Doomer. I think we lost you. So I'll move over to Alyssa. Maybe we'll get you back in a second. Sorry about that. Alyssa, what say you about how to deal with fear and coping with the current situation and balancing the positive and the negative?
Yeah, I just popped it in the comments now, Emily, if you want to take a quick look, lovely, but I will explain it as well. Yeah, it's very testing. As you can imagine, we are the minority, really, to a degree. There's not very many people I've heard that haven't registered their children around here, so that is difficult sometimes, but I understand that the faith and the path we chose is something that we have full, understanding of, and we took very great care in making those decisions for our son. And I really hope I believe we've given him so much freedom, really, to make the choices even later on in his life, So, yeah. And thank you, Crystal, for your kind words. I think
a little thing.
Dogma. Oh, Dogma, yeah.
Not quite time for the dudes yet.
Yeah, I know, innit?
Sorry, Emily.
Yeah, and he was wondering if he could speak as well when it comes to the men in, 5 minutes, is it? 10, 15 minutes?
Yeah, I really want
Quick
to speak to Emily
announcement
on
for
this.
all the ladies still in the chat. We've received intelligence that the men are on their way. I know I'm sorry, but it's happening. Consider this your official warning. The men might be here soon, so if you've been holding back any deep feminine wisdom, now's your last chance before the men arrive and start asking questions like, but what does that mean though? Ladies, be warned. The men are on their way.
That's awesome.
Yeah, thanks for the warning. And I mean, I apologize that I'm kind of running out of steam because I was traveling earlier today. So let me add to the stage, Mrs. Guru. Oh, here we go. I think I know who this is. What do you want to talk about? What is going on?
Hey, I don't know, Mrs. Guru. I guess Emily. I tried to jump in here quick before all the other men came in here because there's no other men in here, is there?
Couldn't that arsehole just have waited a few minutes? Let the women
No, I couldn't have. Because what these girls are talking about is awesome.
You're gonna have to. You're gonna have to wait. You're gonna have to wait. Let the women do their closing remarks. Crying out loud.
I think we should start with Chickpea. Because you were the first.
I'm a miserable old bag, and all I care about is my cats and my pot plants. And that's me, I'm afraid.
Love you, Chicky.
Nice hanging out with you tonight.
Got that silly song. Don't tell me, please. Yeah, I must show you one of my cats. Here, look. Oopsie day. Who's here? Look who's here.
Oh my. What's her name?
Mrs. Love. Isn't she a doll? She's such a sweetie. I haven't got the guts to show my face on a camera anymore. I haven't got any makeup.
So what? You don't need it.
Oh, I do. You know what? I'll tell you something, Emily. When I was young, I wouldn't answer the door without makeup on. Now I go, what?
Oh, I remember them days, Chickpea. Bloody hell.
What?
Me applying the makeup first thing in the morning.
We should have talked about the whole makeup thing.
No, seriously, I used to be so vain when I was young. I really was vain. Now I go wandering about looking a right old mess sometimes. Shocking, really.
Not at all. It was nice hanging out with you tonight, Chickpea.
And you, it's been lovely. Thank you very much, Emily. You've done a really good job. Better than I did everything.
Bye, Chickpea.
Bye, Chickpea. Britt, do you have any final words? We can't hear you, Britt. Are you talking or no? We'll move on to Crystal. It was nice having you here, Britt. We had a few audio probs. Crystal, what would you like to say?
Oh, I would like to thank DNW for coming up with this idea. It was very kind of him to let us all have a chance to speak and share information about all sorts of topics. And thank you, Emily, for hosting it. And I really enjoyed speaking with everyone. And everyone have a great night and much love.
Night, Crystal.
Thank you so much. Britt, do you want to have another go? Can't really hear you, Britt. I'm sorry.
Show everybody the baby.
Are you ladies finished yet?
Gotta say goodbye to these two ladies. Bye, Alyssa. You want to say anything?
Yeah, just well done, Emily. Thanks for tonight. Lovely. You've done really, really well. And thank you, DNW, for allowing the ladies to have a panel tonight. And I hope you have another opportunity to do this again. Oh, she's showing a pussy again.
Why are they coming back? I keep removing them.
It's okay. The show's not over, Emily. We're going to keep going now. We'll do a kind of post ladies chat analysis. Emily, let Emily give her closing remarks for this segment. Women only Wednesday. The women only Wednesday, despite Carl's best efforts to fuck things up. Carl, you'll be on in a moment.
Yep. I mean, I had no set plan topics or anything, and I didn't have too much time to think about this, so just did my best. Hopefully, womankind didn't suffer too much as a result.
You did amazing, Emily.
Thank you. And I'm hangry a little bit, so I'm going to go eat something, but I'll be listening, and I'll, maybe pop up in the chat.
Thank you, Emily. You did absolutely fantastic. Emily. And Emily, it was such a success that I think we should do it again.
Okay, sounds good. We'll get in touch.
Wednesdays may well be women only Wednesdays here at Finding Gnosis. We'll see. I thought it was interesting. It did something. We're going to talk about it now because Guru's here. Guru, what did you think? I mean, was it worth letting the ladies, have their discussion? I mean, what did you get from it?
I'm hoping.
By the way, guys, and anybody can come up now. Link is in the live chat. It's the same link. Click on it. You'll be here.
I'm an avid supporter of Women Only Wednesdays DNW. I think that is a banging idea. I would listen to that every week. Not only because I think women have got something that men lack sometimes, but I love how they ended strong on talking about a foundational sort of like thing that men and women can all agree on, and that is our youth and the education system that we all have a trust in. I promise to do less of trying to get involved with Women Wednesdays, although I'm a bit of a woman and likes to. And I'll try and reach out. I'll try and speak to my wife definitely about taking part in Women Wednesdays to speak about the kind of like things about school and dogma and things that appreciate us. But I'm really down for Women Wednesdays. I really like it.
Don't tell her what to do, Crazy.
I'm going to request it.
The whole point is to let them say what they want to say, Crazy.
And that was great, though. It was great. I did enjoy it, DNW. That is fair. And I really enjoyed it. Emily, you did a great show. I might have been more intrigued about the part with my wife and the homeschool and everything. And I got something to add on that from your question when you're ready. But I really loved the show, babe. I really did. I enjoyed it. And I begged for Lisa to get involved because I think you girls really deserve your space. And there's a lot you guys can say about reality that us men sometimes miss.
I think you're right, Crazy. I think you're right. I mean, it was interesting to hear them going on. And sometimes, it seemed like they weren't getting to any point. But the thing is, they were getting to a point because they're doing it differently to us, Crazy. They weren't competitive. They weren't, performative. They were collaborative,
It's because they don't get to a point. They're already at the point and they try to get us to see where they're fucking at. That's where
yes. They're basically dragging us,
Some of us need that, though, DNW, would you admit?
Well, yes. I thought they did all of you did extremely well. It's a pity that Mandel Britt's microphone was so crap, but I do hope she comes back with a better microphone. And because the points that I could hear were really interesting. And it was great to have her. And Mrs. Cougar Duma, what a pleasure it was to have you here, darling.
Is this actual Mrs. Cougar Duma, may I ask? I don't need to be insulted.
Crystal, wonderful to have the crystal chandelier hanging over us all. What a marvel it was to witness the beauty of the crystal, the wisdom of her words, and the light shining from her. Now, we also had, remind me, Emily, who else did we have? Of course, Chickpea. Chickpea did absolutely well. Chickpea, it was amazing to see you in a female-only environment. You were complaining, saying it's not for you, you don't like females as much as men or whatever. Well, I thought you were in your element.
No, she says she doesn't like humans as much as animals, is all I've heard her say.
And by the way, Crazy Guru, Alyssa was mighty fine too. She's an intelligent lady in and of her own right, and I don't think she needs to be told what to say all the time. So it was wonderful.
Trust me, Alyssa never needs to be told what to say. Honestly,
have I forgotten anybody? Obviously, Emily did a really great job, and she kept her composure. She was being tested. There was a bit of trolling. I never saw one error. In fact, she put us to shame, Carl, when we tried to run the ship.
Well, she put you to shame, not me, but okay.
Crazy. No, I say I love animals more than people. Love. I do like, I use that word so randomly anyway. It's a word I use so randomly, but I love animals. I love all.
Enjoy your meal, Emily. Well deserved. Crazy, anybody else want to come on? Link is in the live chat. Do come on.
Crazy, I got a new cat yesterday. A little fluffy tortie.
Can we see it?
I want a new one.
I'll go and get her.
All right, yeah. Mrs. Cougar Duma, you must be crazy like Miss Alyssa, you're Mrs. Crazy Guru, because to put up with idiots like me and Cougar Duma over there, how do you do it, babe? Because I don't know how my wife does it.
Full disclosure, she's not on the panel. She couldn't figure out her audio. So I am here, and I'll ask her, how do you put up with me? They want to know how you put up with me.
I love you.
She says she loves me. So I guess love conquers all.
Yeah, Cougar, that's what my wife tells me. She tells me the same time, but I think it's something more, bruv. There's something more. There's got to be something more than love, honestly, with these ladies, because, I don't know how they put up with me, and I certainly don't know how to put up with you, but, I know that I don't get my wife how to put up with me.
Crazy, look.
Oh, hello.
Kitten. Isn't she cute?
Oh, she's beautiful, babe. She really is.
She's gorgeous. I know, she's adorable. I love her to bits.
What's her name?
Love her to pieces. Better let her go.
Yeah, Chickpea, what's her name, babe, before we go back to Cougar's answer?
I'm going to call her Sweetie. Sweetie.
Sweetie.
She's a sweetie. She's so brave. She's already been outside, little girl.
Sorry, Cougar Bird, was you saying something before me and Chickpea interrupted you about the message?
Sorry, I do apologize.
No, I I don't know. You probably did detect from her discussion points that she and I talk a lot, and we talk a lot about different topics, but we do talk a lot about environmental issues and global heating in particular. So, she and I have both been hippies. We're old hippies. We've been hippies for a long time. That's kind of how we met. I was doing environmental research in California, and that's how we met. So, so we talk all the time, and you'll get it from her, you'll get it from me. And, sometimes we call that a concurrency of voices. Sometimes it's a good thing. I think she has a different slant on all this than I do. I'm probably more of a doomer than she is. She tends to be optimistic about her neighbors and her family, and I tend to think all you chimps are going to die horribly, but, we're different that way.
No, I know she's not on a panel, so I say it's now, but because you said, I wouldn't have said it otherwise because I thought she was on a panel, but she's not on a panel. Tell her that I really respect her words tonight. I thought she's far more sensible than you are, obviously, and I would listen to her every day of the week because she had some great things to say, and I really appreciate her being on a panel. I hope she turns up every week with the girls because she's a credit to you, brother.
Yeah, fine. I'll definitely relay that message exactly as you relayed it to me. And fuck you too, Carl.
I love you, brother. Right, DW, we're the males on this program, then. These women have had enough telling how awesome they are. Let's get some men on the program, and all we got somewhere is me. Any more women coming? Any more men coming on, guys?
I'll bring up Pam, Gracie. Go on.
Right, we need to think about it psychologically. I mean, Gracie Guru, is it fair to say that a lot of people prefer to listen to a man speaking than a woman? I mean, I've heard that said before. I'm not so sure if that's true, but have any of you heard that before?
I've heard it. My dad used to say it, and he never got anything fucking right, so I'm guessing that was absolutely terrible advice.
I've said it.
What about the ladies?
I've said it.
You said it.
I've said it, yeah.
DW, do you want to know my dad said?
I like to listen, Grumps, I like to listen to clever people. You know me, I like to listen to people who write books and scientists and doctors. That's what I like to listen to. I'm sorry I'm a snob.
There's a hell of a lot of clever female scientists, doctors, and lawyers.
Yes,
and
I know. I'm a sexist bitch. I'm a little sexist bitch. Okay, I've admitted it.
Chickpea, was my
I talk crap anyway.
Chickpea, was my Bambi a wise man? He said to me, he said, bro, you want to live a happy life, never try figuring a woman out. That's what he said. If you want to live a happy life, never try to figure a woman out. Every man that's ever tried that has failed and lost the love of their life, lost their whole life. Men that try not to figure women out live long, happy lives, apparently, according to my granddad. Now, I've lived by that. Part of me has been intrigued to try and figure women out, but every time I do, I lose something. So I've learned, don't fight that fucking fight. Was he a wise man, ladies, for saying that? Is there wise advice for an older grandpa to let a child know, if you want to live a happy life, never try to figure a woman out? He used to say it's disrespectful.
Sweetie pie?
It's an interesting thought, Gracie. And yeah, there's nothing as unusual as a woman's mind, was what a friend of mine used to say to me. He was an elderly gentleman. Nothing mysterious as a lady's mind.
Something I've heard is that women don't really want to be figured out. They have the secrets. They want to be heard. They want to be listened. They want you to listen to them. I think that's the core.
They want to stay mysterious at the same time, Cougar. Is that what you're saying? Because I think that was my grandson. He's like,
why is that need? Is that need due to a conditioned form of being put in their place, so they're not allowed to be heard, or is it something else?
I think women like to work in the background. I think they just like to. I think they like to move very quietly. They like to move very quietly. They're like cats. They don't want you to see them. They don't want you to hear them until they want to be heard, and then they want you to listen to everything they have to say, and then they want to be hidden again.
That's me exactly. That is me exactly. That's why I was a secretary. Because I liked being a secretary. I liked just having some bloke tell me what to do, and I'll just sit and do it, take me out for a drink after work. I liked that life.
Cougar knows, yeah.
What?
Oh, sorry, I was reading the comment. Sorry, Chickpea. I did. Sorry, babe. What was you
Don't worry
saying? I
about
didn't mean to be rude. I wasn't trying to do that. Sorry.
There's some truth to that, but I do think there are obviously some very performative women. But that brings up something funny.
Amen.
You know, didn't society flip nature? Because if you look at nature, the birds that are more dull are the females, and the birds that are more colorful and performative are male. And then we flipped it, and women are the ones on a stage with the makeup on performing. Isn't that kind of weird?
Yeah.
Emily, I'd agree with you, but I think society has flipped nature in multiple different ways, not just in one. So I do get what you're saying. I take it even further personally myself, but as you mentioned it, yeah, I get exactly what you're saying.
There's an entire science.
He reckons. Well, I think now believe men were more aesthetically pleasing than women, which is unusual from my perspective. I don't. But I suppose he was talking about the chisel kind of muscled bloke being more aesthetically pleasing, because women are floppy and all over the place. Apparently, according to him, I don't agree with that.
Wait, if you don't mind.
Ladies, would you prefer a man that can pleasure you beyond all other men in bed, or a man that can make you laugh, make you cry, and make you want to live life every day? Which one would you prefer?
Second one.
Second.
Thank you.
Whoop, whoop.
Say that, crazy guru. Say that again. What was the options? Sorry.
I said, would you prefer a man that can pleasure you beyond all realms in bed, or a man that can make you laugh, cry, and make you want to live for tomorrow? If you had to choose which one would you go for?
Crystal said both.
Both, Gracie. Yeah, Crystal, you greedy bastard. Like, I like that answer because it's honest. But if you had to choose between them both, because I do like that answer. Both is really what you want, isn't it? Let's be honest. But like, if you had to choose between them, someone who could pleasure you, to your own, not saying someone who can't pleasure you, someone who plays beyond all dreams, their biggest cock in the world or whatever, or someone who can actually make you smile in the morning, get out of bed and want to live your life.
Crazy, but that romantic love kick wears off, I can tell you. It doesn't half wear off quickly.
Does it?
Chickpea, I can agree with you that it does with some, but can you also accept that some people it doesn't wear off with, if they do it correctly?
Well,
yeah, work together,
I've never been that lucky, I must admit, so I'm only taking what I've learned from life.
That's honest.
That's fair enough, yeah.
I appreciate that, that's honest. But like, I can see Cougar, Mrs. Cougar doing it there. I mean, these guys got a bunker, and that's the very first time I met Cougar, and he showed me his bunker early hours in the morning, introducing me to live panels with D&W, and I got to see his bunker now. But these guys seem... obviously, somebody didn't obviously do well with Cougar's IQ, but he certainly got all the IQ in the world to pick a very smart woman and do some very smart living options. Me and him might not agree on a bunch of fundamental crap that doesn't really mean anything, but the one thing I tell you from Cougar is the very first time I met him, this man showed me how much of a man he was. This man's prepared, more prepared than I am, way more prepared than I am. That's why I, envy him a little bit, but other than that.
Yes, I envy her having him. I do envy her. He's the sort of man I want, right? Little grump. I like grumpy men.
they're equally yoked intelligence-wise, which is cool.
He's still here.
Well, I won't go that far yet, Emily.
Come on, let's make fun of Cougar a little bit. He's awesome, but like, you can't give him everything. He's got a great wife and a great thing.
Hey, baby. So kitten's still here. Poofy-doo. Oops.
Yolanda says she thinks it's illogical and disrespectful to tell anyone that we've got them figured out because most people don't have themselves figured out. Indeed.
Yeah, that's true.
I agree with that, to be honest. I do agree with that.
And Mandel Britt says everyone wants to be heard. So she reckons perhaps people have been a little bit sexist when they say just women just want to be heard because men want to be heard too.
D&W, can I don't want to take away from what you said there, but that comment that just came up then. That's a huge comment if you really think about what that... I didn't get the name. I'm really sorry. I don't know if you want to put that back up.
Which one?
The last one you just had up on it then. Everyone wants to be heard. Mandelbrett, Mandel, whoever you are, this is a very powerful statement. And the more people that actually own this statement, the greater they'll be, because D&W and all I've tried to explain this, even Emily here, so I'd say, Carl, you just want to be heard. It wasn't that I wanted to be heard, it's why I wanted to be accepted to be heard, but I hadn't earned it yet, so I had a journey to face. But everyone does want to be heard in one way or another, and it's one of everybody's biggest crutches, because from day one, when we got things like dogma and demagoguery, this is what gets taken from you, the ability to be heard in multiple different ways. So I don't know how everybody else feels about that, but I really love what they've written there. Everybody wants to be heard. And if you can take that any way you want, that's a massive thing for humanity to that question. And I've had to deal with it a lot lately, as most of you know. I want to be heard, but I want to be heard at the expense of everybody else, not to help everybody else, but I've learned that differently recently. So I appreciate that comment. It's a very powerful comment for me. I don't know if anybody else feels the same.
I think we do. I mean, it made us question why we are separating women from men in that regard. You know, both want to be heard, perhaps. It is a natural desire to be heard, to be noticed in a way that makes one feel good, Nobody wants to be noticed in a way that makes one feel bad. Chickpea, are you wanting to be noticed, or are you showing us your pussy?
Look at her. Oh, look at the kitten, the spot bit.
Pussy power's over now, Chickpea. Stop.
Sorry, guys, I do apologize. That's me, baby.
That pretty much sums up every British comedy I've ever watched on PBS from the BBC. Like, that's literally every other joke is something like that.
There you go.
I don't want to see a kitten.
There you go. Okay.
I was showing it to Cougar, but I don't think he's there.
I know that.
What? I was showing the kitten to Cougar, because I know he likes cats.
Yolanda and Crystal, why don't you come back? And anybody else there who hasn't been up tonight, why don't you come on the show?
Hey, DW.
We could go for a little bit more. Yes, sir.
Can I ask you a question about the show, brother, on a live event down in London soon? Would you be okay for a question on that?
Oh, little girl. Oops, sorry.
Will there be in 1 week or 6 weeks' time? Anywhere between there. I would love to make a trip back down to London and have chat with people about things, but I think there's a lot of us, like Chickpea, Kedney, yourself, me, Alyssa, and all that could probably make it up there. I could probably bring Jamie down with us from up here, get Dirty Dollars down there, and we could set up a little thing with everybody else and talk about this show. Each of us talk about our experiences on the show. Chickpea from a vegan aspect, all of us from different aspects, and we can talk to people about how we've met on this show. Maybe get people to come along to the show, and you can be there handing out.
We might do that. It's in the pipeline, Guru. It's in the pipeline, but we'll see if people want to hang out this weekend. But I don't know what plans they have. But such is in the pipeline. Well, are you coming to speak at Hyde Park?
I want to, as of next month onwards, at least once. But when I come down here, I want to make a double thing. I'm trying to get Danny to do an interview with me, and him talk about some stuff, man.
Well, actually, that's a good time to plug tomorrow. Danny Shine is on
already
tomorrow.
Notified.
Yeah, I'm going to try. Dan, I was going to say, if I can arrange for him, I don't want to miss Danny because obviously.
Danny Shine tomorrow is on this channel. There is an audience. There is an audience for Danny Shine.
Guys, 1 minute.
Cougar needs to move his mic, I think.
There is an audience of Danny Shine tomorrow here on Finding Gnosis. Yes, it's at 7 p.m. UK time. You can check what time it is in your, homeland. It's going to be the same old whatever. It's going to be him telling people not to have children.
Yeah, good.
Now, it's a conversation. You can go on there and you can talk to him. I'm hoping it won't turn into a shit show. I know most people don't agree with him. So it will be interesting to see if anybody can dissuade him from the path he has gone down, which is trying to convince everybody and anybody not to create life.
Can you do me a favor, Dan? Can you do me a favor? Tell Danny I would love to come along tomorrow. I do listen to Danny. I love and respect him a lot. I don't think his path has gone the correct direction, in my own personal opinion, but we can discuss that. I'll come along tomorrow.
It's at 7 p.m.
I will behave myself the entire time from start to finish. If you can convince him that he has an open and honest discussion with me at the end of it all, and me and him can have a talk 1v1, and it's only me trying to convince him to have a chat with me when I come down. I will behave myself. I will prove myself.
Well, look, you can talk to him tomorrow for sure. It will be on.
DNW, you know he shies away from me because he's a little scared of me because I can be a prat sometimes.
Look. It will happen tomorrow, Crazy. Let's leave it in the tomorrow until tomorrow.
All right, I'll shut up for that. Thank you, DNW. Appreciate it.
Okay. Righto. Well, that's tomorrow. We also have Gary Yourofsky. He's a famous animal rights activist. He'll be on the show in August.
Your show?
Yes. He's a world-renowned animal activist.
I know who Gary Yourofsky is. He's the one that turned me vegan back in the day.
He's going to be on the show on the 5th of August. Yeah. So you can.
DNW, whose dick do I have to suck to get on that show with you, brother? Because I can't.
You can come. You will be on it if you're there. If you're there, you can come on and talk to him.
He is a fucking legend. I'd love to speak to him, DNW, and I will be myself.
There'll be no dick sucking necessary. Thank you very much.
I love that guy. That's all I'm telling you. Chickpea, he was my vegan idol, to be honest. I'd love to speak to him. I would do anything.
There you go. And we will have others. We will have others.
I do love him as well, Crazy. Love him. I love all vegan men. My favourite's what's his name? I've forgotten his name now. Joey Carbstrong. Yes, Joey? Don't you love Joey?
Joey Armstrong.
Me and my wife love Joey, those vegan guys, and a bunch of others. But Gary Yourofsky, he convinced me to become vegan, and he's one of the main things convinced me to take my path. Now, Chickpea, I want to be able to speak to this man to tell him that I have fallen from the way, as you and DNW pointed out. I do want to show him why I have and see if he wants to help me in that direction. I promise I won't make a clown show of it, DNW. All I want to show him is the reasons.
Well, yeah, it's up to him, Gracie, how much time he gives you. But Gracie, what I will do, and I meant to say this to you, is I will give an opportunity for an audience with the Gracie Guru as well, where you will be in charge of, getting either removing people or accepting people in the conversation. I
appreciate that, brother.
I will do that. We can set that up, and that goes for anybody. I mean, we can have an audience with Cougar Duma, an audience with whoever is here. Any of you want a show, let me know. You got my details on X. You can contact me on my Gmail. It's in my About section on YouTube. We can have an audience with you if you've got a statement that you feel needs to be said.
Great.
I would love the opportunity to debate Gary Yourofsky at the end of his show. It's a Gnostic debate, not what he's used to. So if you tell him you're not doing anything of his, something completely different, it's a guy that actually is a fan of yours, you've put him onto his work, but he's gone beyond animals to children and wants to talk to you about that. I'd love that at the end of it.
Yes.
The opportunity will be there. The opportunity will be there. Okay, Emily, do you want to say something, darling? You seem very...
I just thought I'd come back up. I was going to show Guru real quick, the Gnostic Gospels here.
I've got that.
I want to get here. Yeah. I mean, I'd read the Mary.
What do you think of them, Emily?
I haven't dived into it yet. I do remember reading the Book of Mary and thinking it was a little wacky on the way back, but hey, it's no more wacky than the rest of it, right?
I got something to say on that, DW, if you don't mind.
You're going to say it anyway.
Chickpea. She has been trying to call Gracie for ages.
All right. Well, I will speak to Chickpea, but Emily, based on that, I haven't read it all. I'd like to know your take on it. The little bits I read, my ego got the better of me because I thought I knew better than it. I do respect a lot that's said in it. I think they lose a lot of credibility with me when they accept dogma in certain areas, like DNW. People like DNW and Chickpea always say it to me, and I think it doesn't need to be happened, but they're right in saying that everything so far has bowed to dogma. I can't even go against DNW and Chickpea on this comment because everything so far has done that. But I still stand on it, say that it doesn't have to, and I will prove them incorrect, not that they've said I couldn't do it. But I agree with them saying everything has done that, including those Gospels. They do it a little bit for me and it put me off, but that's because my ego was in the correct place at the right time. Let me know if you think I should return to it and read a bit. I wouldn't mind giving it another go.
Welcome to Crystal. You are back. Please feel free to interject as and when you want to. Good to have you back. Battle Axe, if you want to come on. Ian McKenna, the link is pinned in the live chat here on the Finding Gnosis YouTube channel. You're all welcome.
Can I just tell Gracie something? You know Green Geezer? Do you watch Green Geezer?
No.
No. Green Geezer's invented a new name for non-vegans, and he's calling them all dairy fairies. Isn't that nice? Have you heard that before? Dairy fairies.
I haven't, no.
Isn't it fabulous? I mean, you know, you always hear men being called soy boys, which drives me mad because I love vegan men. But now I can call carnivore men a dairy fairy. That's really cheered me up.
Chippy, I have a gift for you. I can't wait to give to you. And I think you're gonna love it. I don't mind even giving it to you later on, but I don't want to steal the show. It's a book I wrote once upon a time. It's called Mrs. Cow's Lullaby. It's a vegan book, and I want to donate it to you to see if you can do some good with it, babe. You can take it out there and make some, try and make some money to raise some cause of it. It's a beautiful vegan book. It's about a Mrs. Cow has her child taken from her.
Oh God, heartbreaking, isn't it?
It is, and I don't mind working on a greater art form for it. I didn't put much effort into it before because I wanted to. I was appeasing someone else's demands for it, but it's still a beautiful story, and I'd love to share it to you one day.
It breaks my heart, you know.
What was her name? Ruth Greenwood, wasn't it?
That's it, Ruth Greenwood. Yes, she's a good friend of ours, a vegan teacher. She helped her.
I tell you, Gracie, whenever I think about those poor cows and their calves, my heart that just breaks me up. It does.
I can't disagree with you there, baby. Even though I'm doing certain things, I still agree with you.
Breaks it. I find it absolutely. There's poor mothers. They cry for that baby for days upon days on end. It's heartbreaking, and it just amazes me that people don't see that. Don't they see it?
Chippy, I'm with you, but my deeper thing is I see that in human children. I'm not going to make it about me, I'm not going to do that, but I get you because I see it there. All I did, babe, was evolve my thing and put animals second. I know that's cool with you, but I didn't do it lightly. I did it because I didn't think I had another choice at the moment. As soon as I can, my life is going straight back to strictly non-harmful. But right now, I can't say I have a complete vegan diet, but I have all vegan ethics and morals, so I still hold that.
I'm glad I've managed to achieve it in my lifetime. That's one thing I've managed to get right, because boy, I've made a lot of mistakes. My life's one big mistake, but I got that right.
You've made a lot of mistakes, but your life is not a big mistake, Chippy.
Yes,
Shut up now.
Yes,
no, it's not.
Yes, it is.
DNW, I agreed with her that she's made mistakes, but I can't agree with her that she's a mistake. Do you agree with DNW that she's a mistake?
It doesn't matter. I don't mind.
I'll have to think about that one. I'll have to meditate on that because I think she may be the sum of her thoughts, and her thoughts may be mistaken.
Oh, I'll ask Emily, and she seems to be the actual smart host of tonight. Emily, do you think Chickpea and the rest of us can make mistakes, but we're not mistakes ourselves? Do you feel that, Emily, like me?
Definitely we're not mistakes ourselves, although some of us might be genetic accidents a little bit, but some of us might veer towards disaster area.
Well, I don't feel like that's some of us.
Do you think you're here for a reason then? Are you here?
Yes, I do.
A predefined reason.
I like to believe that.
A reason.
I do, DW, but I'll let other people answer that. If you want, I do, but I'll let other people answer first because I'm sure in my answer.
I think we have to create a reason if there isn't one that's already widely known.
I like that, Emily.
How about you, Chickpea?
I'm just here to look after cats, so it seems, because I've always known that. When I was a little girl, I always knew I'd be a cat mum. I always knew that. I've always known it.
DNW, can I offer my formula for purpose and see what you guys think of it, especially yourself?
Go ahead.
My formula for purpose, guys, and it might sound juvenile, see what you guys think of it. I tried to link it to -1, 0, and 1. When I look at it like this, if the 0 is the birth point that we come into in this reality, and after 9 months, each one of us finds a curiosity that comes from
a bit nowhere. Don't swear, Carl. The ladies on the show. Right? It comes from nowhere, as far as we're concerned, and it guides us. We can't figure it out, but curiosity seems to be the spark of consciousness of it. Without going into that, if that's the one on the other side of birth that allows us to find ourselves, does that mean there's a -1 to balance it on the other side of birth to say your purpose was to have curiosity to find yourself?
I'll let somebody
Can
else
you ask
go
that
first.
question at the end again? Sorry.
If curiosity is the +1 you're given after birth to find yourself, which we all seem to be given, does that mean the -1 before birth was purpose?
You see, I don't even know if you're trying to find yourself. I think that might be let me tell you, I think it might be more simplistic, Guru. You're trying to be okay. And that is that is the actual reaching that you're doing. It's always to be okay. And you know that some people might think that entails finding themselves, but I think the basis for everything is try and feel okay, and that comes into things like, you know, trying to feed your hunger, trying to get laid, trying to not feel depressed, trying to not feel psychologically overwhelmed, trying to get your self-actualization, all these things, trying to get homeostasis in your body, all these things. That's all you're doing. You're trying to feel okay.
Okay, DW, without sounding, because I'm really interested, to be honest with it, without sounding offensive or attacking you or anything, is it okay for me to ask you to elaborate on that word okay? And I'll explain why, so I'm not sounding like I'm being a dick.
Yeah.
The only reason I find difficulty with the word okay, you guys might know, is okay can mean different things for everybody else. I think if you're really referring to good, not in the moral sense.
Let me go on a bit.
Go on, go for it, brother.
Because the way I see it is, you find yourself to be okay, and your subconscious brain is eternally asking the same question: Am I okay? 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 And the rest, your body is sending signals back to your subconscious, relaying information, either saying I am okay or I am not okay. Okay. And that is what is going on. And the conscious awareness gets feelings and thoughts from the subconscious that come out in the direction of either salving not being okay or supporting being okay. And that is it.
I got something to relate to that.
So what does it mean to be okay? Not to be in a position where you are suffering, basically.
Can I ask
and having your needs met, Guru, because we do have these hormonal spurts within us, and so when your brain is asking you, when your subconscious is asking, "Are you okay?" It's taking into account everything. It's extremely complex. Some of it is, you know, your safety. Some of it is your feelings. Some of it is your psychology. Yeah. And other parts of it are being hormonally driven. So, you know, whatever is neurochemically of the most significance in that moment will be what you are driven towards when trying to answer that question, am I okay?
I think I got what you mean. Is it okay for me to elaborate what I think you were saying, so you can tell me if I'm close or not, DW?
Russ is here. Yeah.
I'm okay to move on to new people coming here. That's okay.
No, go ahead. I'm just telling Russ he has to connect his devices. He hasn't got his devices connected. Go ahead, Guru.
DW, I found a very similar situation what you're saying. I have slightly different names, so I'll just let you know what I'm saying, guys, but it's not different to what DW, I'm not correcting him. I'm saying that my different names is. When I talk about the subconscious, is the autoconscious. Now, when I look at the yin and yang picture, it's kind of labeled as first. If you just take, doesn't matter the white or the black fish. One is what DW would say is subconscious. Most people say subconscious. I just call it the autoconscious. And then your higher conscious, or what I call the sinking conscious, is the white part. Within those two roles, there's that I. In the lower sense of the subconscious, what I call autoconscious, is this is instinctive consciousness that's impulsive. And the other one is more like intentive, so thinks about things. So for me, there is these two containers
sub and normal consciousness, some people call it, or I call this the auto, the thing that drives you to work when you're not thinking, and the sync, the thing that's thinking about your day at work. But within them, there are two impulsive poles that act in the present moment. They're often seen as two different things. In fact, academia, quite frankly, has mapped them as different. I haven't, but doesn't mean I'm correct. Those things I refer to as the Holy Spirit. They're the impulsive now and the attentive now. You know, the one that looks at the overall and one looks at the momentary. And those two act in the way you was talking there, DW. So I was lining that beautiful there. Is there any chance I can take this segment and write a lovely paper about this tomorrow? Because I've been waiting for a segue, and I think you just give it to me. Is that okay, brother?
You can do what you want, brother.
Okay, I'll hint you on that tomorrow, because that was beautiful what you said. I think it lined up with something I was doing. I want to know if you'd allow me to do something to look at tomorrow. But yeah, I think I'm in green what you were saying. And I think it's just within the consciousnesses alone, there's also some compulsive authorities that we can give into, often in the moment or looking at that overall thing. But yeah, I'm going to line over there. Sorry, guys, didn't mean to derail there. I really like what DW said.
Hello to Ross.
Hey guys, how's it going? Good to see everyone.
Good. How are you doing?
Yeah, not bad. I was a bit disappointed, Emily, because I actually did come on and then I realized it was females only. Fair enough, but then how come Crazy Guru was given special treatment? So I'm a bit disappointed.
Well, I let his lady up, and then he, you know, yelled over her shoulder on the sidelines there. So not intentional.
And he said he won't do it again. He said he won't do it again.
DNW, I don't think it's good enough. I think DNW should kick me off for about 10 minutes to put me in the sin.
No. It won't
I'm
be
okay with that.
necessary.
Oh, I love you. Oops, sorry.
Razal, I bullied my way and had nothing to do with Emily. She didn't plan it at all. In fact, she told me to fuck off until later if everybody heard, and I appreciate that. So I do apologize, Raz.
Not in so many words, but yeah, for sure.
Okay, yeah, so now that we've moved past that, so what's the topic like? What are we talking about now?
We're wandering. I kind of like that thing that DNW said about being okay, because if you think about it, it's not until maybe people are at the end of their life that they start realizing that 90-something% of the stuff they were worrying about was worthless, and they could have relaxed the whole time. I mean, I think about
life crisis.
But yeah. So yeah, I guess we could talk about that or whatever people want to talk about.
What is worth worrying about?
Nothing
That's the
really.
topic now, Russ.
I would say nothing. Even everybody's impending doom, it's not worth worrying about. Because number one, it's inevitable. Number two, if you choose to dwell on it, it's only going to destroy, you know, like the fleeting present moment. That's all you have, really and truly. I know it sounds a bit cliche, but
No, it doesn't. In fact, I come to that conclusion quite a lot. You know, that actually, when you analyze it, nothing matters. And it sounds horrible. It sounds horrible when you say that. But when you look at how much control we have, people will say I'm evil saying this, but I'm not sure we have much control. And yes, Chickpea, we know.
I was showing it to Ra.
Okay.
DNW, I got something to look at in the background to present to everybody. It's about the Helios Gnostic version of death when it happens. You don't have to do it yet, but when you see a moment you want me to read this, I'd love to read this for everybody to see if they get their point of view.
All right. Well, look, read it in a while, but not now. Just because Ross has just got it.
Yeah, definitely. Take a look at it yourself. But it's in the
I am being
background.
grumpy, Chip, because I was in the middle of something and now I've forgotten what I was going to say.
You should sharpen your brain up a bit then. There.
I think
I was showing Ra.
She's an extremely mean woman when she wants to be.
Hey guys, Yolanda's trying to say something quickly. Yolanda, was you trying to speak then, babe? I think DNW is welcoming new voices.
Thank you, Gracie. Yes, I think that an important component that I seem to lose within myself from time to time is the importance of creating.
Amen.
Whether that be through art, in conversation, cooking, enjoying life instead of just focusing on the things that hold us back. And when our brains go into that different mode.
Oops, sorry.
Go on, Yolanda. What was you saying, babe?
Oh, I'm finished. I just think that it's when you were speaking earlier, I think we tend to forget that we're also here to create, and that life gives us so many distractions that we get away from being able to focus on enjoying our lives and creating for ourselves and with others.
Yeah.
I've got a question
Now
for you.
I've got a stream of thought. I've got a stream of thought here, Gracie. 1 second. Now I said nothing matters. That's when you zoom out. You can zoom out, and one of the gifts we have is to be able to zoom out and realize cosmically, it's so immense, this existence, and it's so unlikely that we have any actual significance or ability to control the kind of clockwork mechanisms of reality, because it does seem like the dominoes started falling long before we started to exist, physically, emotionally, psychologically, and everything is just happening. We're just part of this process. It does seem like that, and it seems that we don't have any real agency. It does seem that our actions don't matter in terms of the degree that we think they do. But then nothing matters more. Nothing matters more. And what I mean by that is the fact that we suffer, the fact that we can suffer, the fact that we can have different kinds of experiences and emotions. Clearly, it does matter to us as individuals. So the benefit of realizing that there is this cosmic kind of nothing matters kind of insignificance. Sometimes you can zoom out and just relax a bit. Yeah. And but don't stay there, because if you stay there too long, you will feel, pain. You will feel immense suffering, because, as I said, there's a yin and yang to this. Nothing matters, but then everything matters. Did that make any sense? No. It's
like you said earlier, I agree with you. I think it's very liberating, actually, to think like that. I think most people, they just I know it sounds a bit arrogant to say this, but I'm also in the same boat. I think most people are just too caught up in their own existence, and they don't realize, without sounding too dark, that the futility of it all. I mean, it's like when you're young, you embark on all these different adventures and journeys, and you take up all these different things, and then when you sort of reach 30, 40, you come to realize, like, it was just like a child playing in the sand, man. It had the same amount of significance. And then I can only imagine that once you reach old age, you're probably just like, oh, well, it was interesting, but it's all a memory now. You know what I mean? So I think people should not take life too seriously, because that's
amen.
Probably how life was intended. Yeah.
Raz,
the problem is we live in a world where everybody's trying to sell you wolf tickets, as they say in America. Everybody's trying to sell you. Everybody wants you to toe their line. So religion wants you to take up their cause. Politics, nationalism, all these bullshit isms. Like, everybody wants you to toe a certain line, basically, and you just have to lean into that hyper individualism and just realize that, look, life is fleeting, life is very uncertain, it's very impermanent. So just live your life, man. That's it. Like, try.
Yeah, you still have a
to get
responsibility to
whatever joy you
care.
can.
Yeah, you have a responsibility, but you can flitter between realizations that, cosmically nothing matters, it's out of our control, and then back to but it doesn't feel like it's out of our control. It feels like everything matters, and therefore I can't live in denial of my feelings. You have to pay attention to your feelings, whilst at the same time appreciating that they may be nonsensical. But that doesn't even matter either. That's the next level. That doesn't matter that they may be nonsensical. That's how much things don't matter. Sorry.
No, Raz. One of the first episodes I remember being on with D&W, his question was the best advice given to you? And one of the things I said to D&W, one of the best advice given to me was not to take things too seriously, like you said. And that's a big, massive thing I've held in my life. It's the only thing that's got me through, and I needed that. But yeah, not to take things too seriously. And D&W, the only thing I know that matters are atoms.
Well, that and to not take everything so personal. That's another big lesson, is to not allow yourself to take everything too personal, especially if it doesn't apply, even here on the internet.
Amen to that. That is very worthwhile. Gnosis knowledge.
Yeah, I literally use the day and night. Like, so whenever like the day's over, I just see that as like a mini death. So whatever happened in the day, good or bad, it's over now. It's gone. And that's kind of how I live my life, really, like in the macro sense. I see the life and death in every day rather than in a lifetime, if you know what I mean. So yeah.
But even at that, the feeling I'm getting now, this is just coming to me. As I say, we all make mistakes talking live, but I'm getting the feeling that even the micro and the macro is an illusion, because it's all just it is just one block. It's one block, one thing, and the distinctions we make are arbitrary. And they're kind of unnecessary, and perhaps even, as I said, they're illusions. That's coming to me now. I don't know if Guru can make any sense of those strange thoughts.
No, they're very similar to myself. I don't say they're illusions in the sense that some people say illusions, but in the subjectively sense, like aeons, the extremes of what we see, like the thing between them is the real thing, and the polar opposites, whether it be micro, macro, genders or polarized poles, are often just our subjective way of trying to look at what is real between them. So I do agree, if D&W is aligning these poles to subjective matters in our world that are not really real because we see them and they're not really objective, then I do 100% agree with them, and hermetic principles agree with that. But on each level, whether it be macro, as in correspondence, as what you guys are referring to, or any sort of hermetic principle, they can't be really truly real because they're just showing the two sides of a coin. If you're just looking at a side of a coin thinking there's a coin, like the NW said, it's an illusion, isn't it? But these things like micro and macro, they are two sides of a coin, and it's the actual coin that's real. And I find a lot of people do forget that. Was there anywhere close to what you were talking about there, DNW?
I think so. I think it was. I think you nailed it. Battle Axe is here. She hasn't said anything yet. She was commenting that it was false advertising, that this was meant to be women's only. It was women's only, and that's the way we're doing it here now. We'll have not all the time, but sometimes we'll have a set agenda, and then afterwards a more open panel. So the women had their turn, Battle Axe, but they will have another turn next week if they want to. Anyway, welcome back.
I see. So I'm late. Well, thanks for letting me know. I appreciate that.
Well, it's next week.
Well, who knows if I'll even be here next week. I mean, I got business to attend to.
There you go. You're either very late or you're early for next week. Again, this is the polarity of matters we were just talking about. Depends what way you
See, I'm not loving the duality of that situation. Can I just be here now?
Amen. But
be here now, as Ram Dass would have said.
Amen.
Mm.
That's what.
And we're looking to men for answers and books.
Would have said.
Again.
Sorry?
Oh, for fuck's sake, man. Like, is this going to become some feminist panel? Like, who gives a shit about the gender of the person? It's the message, right?
No, they're really talking about an open space for I think they're just playing Raz, but yeah, they're talking about the open space for.
So, question: any of the men on panel have you ever done wagon train or top hand?
Can you repeat the question?
Have you ever participated on wagon train? Like running a picket line, or top hand.
I'm lost. Can someone help me?
Yeah, so am I.
You know what topsoil is?
Topsoil, yeah, I know what topsoil is, yeah.
Okay, so if you're riding like a mule.
A mule, yeah.
And you have like a bow and arrow.
Right.
You could possibly consider yourself a top hand.
Then I can't do that then, unfortunately, because I don't ride a mule.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I am as well, because that sounds fucking awesome. Sorry, I didn't mean to swear.
Awesome, or what we should be doing. Like, not saying we need to run drills or anything, but when it comes down to the nitty gritty, like where are we going to be at? Who's going to be able to ride through the storm, Pony Express style?
Which storm are you talking about exactly here?
Does it matter?
To me, yeah, but if it doesn't to you, then I don't mind.
Well, what storm are you riding?
Oh, I made promises to DNW I won't take my storm to the show yet.
Okay. Can I hear from some of the ladies since I showed up late?
Sure.
I mean, I think I know what you mean, but I'm thinking, the government can always find you if they want to. So even if you're able to do all of that, it wouldn't be unless we dismantled this machine from within. And I hate to say that because it sounds so corny, and I do think it will take that because otherwise it's too big. But I do think that can happen.
It could happen. There was a follow-up question, but I forgot what it was. Anybody else want to chime in?
So are you talking about basically going off grid to the nth degree, to the point where you don't want to be a part of society? Is that what you're talking about?
Oh, have you seen that movie Captain Fantastic?
No.
All right.
Wait a minute, is this the one with the chick in there?
With a who?
Is it? It's not. No, I'm thinking about Captain Marvel. I'm thinking. Sorry, pardon.
Yeah, Captain Fantastic. I think at first, it was either on like HBO or Amazon, one of those like streaming services. But it's about a man who loses his wife.
Again, I'm just
in the shop, or
so he takes his family out into the wilderness.
Go back to what Battleaxe said earlier. Can't we just live in the now?
I didn't say that.
But out of all
I think that was Jack Talcott.
Out of all the things she said, that resonated, and I think that's important. I know a lot of self-help gurus have gone on about it all the like. It's a constant theme. But how do you live in the now? What the hell does that mean?
Basically means that you don't sit there trying to overly plan for the future, and you don't lament on the past. So basically you're not anxious about the future, and you're not lamenting the past. You're just kind of almost like in a flow state of I know this might sound kind of weird, but sometimes if you can get really good at being in the present, everybody around you will fucking hate you. Because
they robbed us of it.
It's like
kind of like what happened to me on Independence Day, like not even a week ago.
Tell us what happened.
I had an altercation with a predator.
Do you want to elaborate more, or is it uncomfortable?
I mean, like, what do you want to know as far as, like, I was carrying a hatchet.
I want to know everything you're comfortable in telling us. That's what I want to know, but so long as you're comfortable. I don't know about everybody else, but that's my truth. I want to know everything so long as you're comfortable telling it. That's my truth.
Okay. So I was at a music festival, local music festival at Centennial Park. Mm-hmm. And I ended up getting wrongfully accused and incarcerated. And they held me against my will for more than 3 hours before administering any medical attention. And there is an incident report.
What happened?
I can put that in the chat for you.
I don't mean to interrupt, but like, there's a lot of gaps in what you just said. So you were wrong. You were wrongfully accused of what?
Well, that's a good question, because I mean, the other individual that was in the altercation took off in his vehicle, which he's trying to, make disappear now.
I don't want to sound rude, but you have this like really ambivalent, ambiguous way of talking. It's hard to discern what you actually mean.
Yeah, if there's some.
What do you want to know?
If there's some things you feel like you can't share, it.
Was I protecting a woman? Was I protecting a young woman with 2 children?
But Alex, I got
from harming herself or someone else? I might have, but only the body cams will actually find that out, won't they?
But Alex, I used to make this mistake all the time. Someone like M actually was one of an individual like Emily and a couple others at the same time. Emily was one of the women in my life that actually explained this to me. And it's what Raz just asked you there is an honest question, but the way I asked you is what I've learned to do it, and that is to say that, like Emily just said, these things can be difficult to talk about. That's why I said, as long as you're comfortable talking about it, I'd like to hear everything.
Right. I'm done doing the whole go along to get along thing. So, you know.
No, I was just going to say
it's all out in the open. It's an open book. You can read what you want from it.
So what did happen then? What was the accusation and what did
wait a second, Vera, I just want to say something real quick. Yeah, all I was going to say, Vera, was just that if it's something that you feel like compromises you legally or safety wise to give too much information, just kind of, that's the thing to maybe.
It's also,
no, I think the sooner that this information gets out, the better.
Okay.
Don't name any names, and also it's better if this is under investigation by the police and perhaps possibly headed towards the courts. It's best you don't talk about it.
Right, that's what my lawyer would say, wouldn't he?
Wait a minute, if that's actually happening, I agree with D&W. If that's currently happening,
because it may give them a get-out clause in the courts, unfortunately, because if
I have nothing to hide.
If enough people hear about it, it's hard to get a jury that can be,
impartial.
Yes.
Well, maybe we need full transparency, and that's why we're having issues with who to believe and who not to.
Due process will give you full transparency.
Yeah, according to whom, some might say. That's if I were seeking retribution, but I'm not.
You sound like you don't have much faith in the law.
I can't. Anyway, look, as I said, you don't have to name names. You can tell us what you want.
I haven't named any
names. Don't name
names.
names or locations. Thank you.
But hey,
okay.
Can I do that thing I want to ask everybody yet? And if
yeah, can I just say?
Go on.
I was just going to say, guys, before we went off on that tangent, so yeah, D&W was talking about how to stay in the present moment, and I found that even when I'm like sort of doing certain tasks, and like you kind of you let go of this kind of objective-based, performance-based mindset. So you could literally be at home washing the dishes and be fully like, as they say in Zen, in line with Satori. It's kind of like you enter this timeless flow state because you're not like trying to rush it and you're not trying to delay it. You're just fully there. Like it can be in anything, sweeping, cleaning, and you just kind of become timeless. I know it sounds a bit cheesy, but that's what awesome. I would consider.
No, I got some dad Raz if D&W.
I've had, and it's interesting because when you constantly do have that mindset, like I said, you'll get into a lot of problems with people around you because obviously people who don't have that mindset, they see you as kind of aimless and they don't understand that's the whole point, is to be aimless. So one of the so from the Theravada Buddhist tradition, there was a Grand Master called Ajahn Chah, and I kind of researched some of his works, and he always used to say this to his monks, right? So he was from Thailand, but he taught his students in England and the US. He would say a samana. So a samana is basically a person who's embarked on the spiritual path in Buddhism, right? Who's left home. So a samana can be used to describe someone who's kind of left the worldly life, but they're not a monk, right? They're in transition. And he would say a samana is one who has no future. And yeah, I really like the wording of stuff like that because obviously in the sort of Western world, the kind of objective-based driven
Tell us
world,
about that, what he meant by someone who has no future, because that's interesting. A samana. Go ahead.
S-A-M-A-N-A. Yeah, samana. It's like an ancient Pali word from the Buddha's time. And yeah, so that's exactly what we're talking about now. It's right on topic. So to be truly in the moment, or to be fixated in the present moment, you don't have a future because you're not planning anything. You're not scheming. You're not lamenting the past. So people who do that to the nth degree, you could say, like in a spiritualist way, they don't have a future. Not like in a very despondent and in some type of sort of negative way. It's just like in a sense where there's nothing to cling on to. They're not creating anything, if you know what I mean. It's kind of hard to explain.
No, I get
But
it.
it's just that wording. It's just the wording that Ajahn Chah used. A summoner is one who has no future, because everybody in the worldly sense is always worried about. That's such a big word to people. The future. You know, what's going to be the future of your life and of your kids and your marriage and your job and your career and your health and the future of this country, the future of politics. Like, that word future is such a loaded word. And when I first heard that saying, I thought, wow, that's amazing.
You just made me think of childhood. That's the very thing that they start flipping when they put you in school and start talking about your future. And it's supposed to be this thing that's supposed to excite you, and it dulls you. Because in reality, when you're a child, you're already excited about every moment of your life. You're just living it. You know what I mean? And I know Guru wants to talk, so that's all I'll say.
No, I wanted to ask him questions about it because I'm really into what he's talking about at the moment, and I've come along to what he's talking about. Ra, what's the name of that individual that has no future? Oh, you said it?
No, so basically the teacher that I learned from his students, right? So his name was Ajahn Chah.
Yep.
So he's from the Thai forest tradition. And he's passed away now. But he was highly revered amongst a lot of his Western students. So I learned from Ajahn Amaro, who's obviously in English, was an English monk at the time. Because I used to go to a monastery. I'm not going to give the location, but he was Ajahn Chah's student. So he went to study with him in Thailand, and he's still a monk. He has a place
What's one
somewhere.
called again? All right, what's one called if they well, you said they don't
a summoner. So SAMANA, so Sierra Alpha, Mike Alpha, November Alpha.
Raz, in Gnosticism, we have that title as well, and it's an old Gnostic word. It's where we get samsara from. Now, for us, it's not one that doesn't have a future. It's one that plans for no future. So they don't plan for a future, and because they plan for no future, there's no past to them. There's only the living now, and that is their practice. To plan for no future. It's not against samsara. It's more of to own it. Samsara is something you submit to or own in most Gnostic religions. If you submit to it, you're happy to return, the circle of life, karma, and things like that. And more often we call these the Gentiles. But the ones who want to trade with life, with samsara, they can trade with it and understand it, the knowledge gap and everything. And so we say is one who doesn't plan for the future is, I don't know, I can't say the word, but I think it's a link to the word you said, is someone who doesn't plan for samsara, that says this is their last time because they believe in it. So they plan for no future in the sense of they don't plan to come back next time. They plan to leave this realm to go into Pleroma. That's the Gnostic version of it, and it really lines close to that. And I'm really interested in hearing a bit more about that if you want to put some links up. I could do with some more knowledge about what other people think of this process. But yeah, we have someone in Gnostic religion saying that those who don't plan to come back this time, that want to actually go on to the objective realm, not the subjective realm, we say a title for those, and it's something similar to that, and I'm not too sure of it, but that's what they mean by that. It's not necessarily someone who doesn't have a future, someone who doesn't plan to come back in another life. They plan for this to be their last life because they want to make an objective vessel to go on to the next plane or whatever they feel is necessary for their religion. Does that make sense to you at all, Raz? I know it's a different interpretation, but do you get what I mean?
I thought it was really good. Yeah, it's pretty much in line what we were talking about. I thought I'd just bring it up because since we were talking about being in the present moment,
I loved it.
Literally, it was like an epiphany. I had a bit of an epiphany, and that one really struck me deep. Yeah, summoner is one who has no future.
Try looking at that word samsara. For us, there's a very link. Samsara for us, I don't know if D&W wants to do it, but there's kind of has a threshold meaning in the now and in the ever. In the ever is the rotation of life coming back and everything, but in the now is the circle of life, and there are many aspects of it. I won't go too far into it, but yeah, it's wonderful you said that. I really like that. I'm working on something like that now, and it actually has something to do with the thing I want D&W to let me read to everybody on samsara and what happens after death in our religion and our opinion, see what everybody else thinks of it. But thanks for bringing that, brother. I appreciate that. If you give me a link on where you got that knowledge from, I would definitely like to take a look into that.
Yeah, sure. No worries, man.
If I can just say something. I'm going to go ahead and jump down and finish some things here with the rest of my evening. But another lesson that I've learned for myself is to be wary of speaking in absolutes when it comes to my opinions and insights on my own experiences. I've come to learn to appreciate coming in spaces like this with people like all of you and hear from your perspectives on how you feel spirituality is, how your brains work, how you socialize with one another. And it's always a delight to be in a space where people want to hear how other minds work. And one thing I've experienced here on YouTube with people's is that sometimes I will receive that little puzzle piece that gives me that aha moment where I thought, oh, okay, that makes great sense to me. But I find it almost, like I had said earlier, it's almost insulting to another person. For example, my father used to tell me things like when I was a teenager, I know you. I know what you're thinking. And it used to really aggravate me and insult me because it felt invasive when he would say things like that to me. And so that's kind of how I feel with one another here in this space, when I can maybe have an idea of where a person is coming from, but I'm never going to officially know their gnosis and where they're coming from, because to each and every one of us,
darling. You hit well articulated. We find little
that was beautiful
sparks of gnosis, little specks of sparks of gnosis, and as you said, they may make sense to us. They may resonate with us deeply on our own subjective individual journey, but they may mean absolutely nothing to somebody else. And that is the wonderful thing about conversation and
the conversations are part of it, right? I mean, there's so much that we can go internal within ourselves, but also part of the human experiences is how we interact and what we do, and how we help one another, and how we grow and unite with one another. And I'm always disappointed when I can see the cognitive dissonance between the panels when people want to have an authority over another person's thought process. I just think
that was sheer veracity, or veracity, I should say. Excuse me.
And you know, Verily, where I'm coming from, because
you did.
I want to say Crystal Shaman, Verily, the Battle Axe are. It seems to me like Verily has shared in so many ways her journey as a warrior and as a woman, and how fierce she really truly is. And I always I'm so thankful for these opportunities to have these conversations with people, because we, like it was mentioned earlier, we all want to be heard, and this space gives us the opportunity to do that. And I'm thankful, D&W, that you've given us another place to be able to have these conversations with each other. I enjoy them.
Can I just chime in real quick?
Sometimes, you know what? You may not know you're imparting gnosis to somebody else. It may happen regardless of whether you think it's gnosis. Do you get what I'm saying? So just watching, observing, listening to somebody else, you can learn something that perhaps they don't even know, which is also an amazing part of the process.
I hear your ancestors speaking through you. That's all I wanted to say. I hope you all have a wonderful day. Thank you so much for letting me participate in this discussion.
Love you, Batlax.
Thank you, Batlax.
Yeah, take care. Have a good one.
Bye.
Have a good one.
Well, I think
and soon.
Yeah.
The show will end soon.
You know, Carl, I've got to go to bed. I've got to be up in the morning, so we're going to have to close the shop.
Dian, can I respond to
bring your purchases to the tills, and Gracie Goo will check you out.
Yolanda, I just want to say I really do agree with you, babe, but I have to admit, and D&W will tell you, and so will my wife, I'm a bit of a hypocrite because I failed at doing a lot of what you said, but I do agree that I should be doing it, and many of us should be. I just I'm learning to actually put into practice what you were saying, and I'm not failing, I'm actually succeeding at it, but it's taking my time, as D&W tell you. I'm still learning from my mistakes, and I do agree with everything you said.
Well, there's every single day, there's an opportunity for growth every single day. So it's also part of our journeys as people to learn when it's good for us to be hard on ourselves and when we're too hard on ourselves. And the internet stuff is its own entity. You never know what's going to happen in these spaces, what you're going to experience, but it's given me a tougher skin and a more insightful mindset than I ever thought that I would be able to experience, because there's just such a variety of thoughts and personalities on here, and you have it all at once. You know, it's not just a little bit here and there, it's everywhere. And so I just want to say this, and I'll jump down. Thank you again, D&W. It's been delightful. And I've been taking a break from YouTube for a while, and just recently I've come back to it. So I look forward to hosting panels again here shortly to continue these conversations, especially with the people that I've come to appreciate having these conversations with. So take care, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Yolanda.
Thank you, Yolanda. Really interested in your brother.
I mean, look. Emily says she wants to talk to Joe Court. Look, Emily, darling, if you want to keep going, you can. But don't let whoever comes on has to come on now. And Emily, you end the show when you want to end the show, which is by clicking end stream in the top right hand corner. Do you see that?
Yep. Okay. Yeah, we can do that.
And then what you do is don't do it now, but you click on that, and then you'll have to click on it again. So it's a double click, because you click on that, something else will come up, and then you have to click on that as well.
Okay.
So if Joe Cool wants to come on and talk to you, I'm open to that, but I've got to go.
Yeah, I could stay another half hour to an hour.
Oh, Emily's in charge. Emily, can I read my thing?
All right, guys. All right, I'll go now. Sorry, Guru. Thank you very much. The ladies did
guys, have a good night. I'm gonna shoot as well, guys. Nice speaking to you. Have a good one.
Raz, it was open speaking to you, bruv. Don't forget to send that link, Raz. I really want to look at that stuff you was talking about, because that's really interested me.
Yeah, before I go then, Grazy, just very quickly, go on YouTube and type in Ajahn Chah. So AJAHN.
Whoa. Sorry, guys. Go on, spell it again quickly.
So Alpha Juliet.
Yep.
Alpha Hotel.
Yep.
November.
Yep.
Space Charlie.
Yep.
Hotel Alpha.
Yep.
Hotel.
Excellent. That's it, is it? All right. Ty Monk, I got him. Thank you. Appreciate you, brother.
No worries, guys. Have a great one. Yeah. Good night, everyone. See you. Bye.
Okay. Take care, Ross. All right, guys. Well, I'll be back tomorrow at some point. Well, Danny Shine is coming tomorrow, guys. So if you're around for that,
100% make my time for that. Yeah.
Somebody has to answer him and direct him in a different direction if possible. We'll see what happens there.
Danny is allowed to stay in the direction he is going in.
We'll see. Okay, everybody. Okay. Don't let anybody else on, Emily, because we don't know who they are. Sorry, Aldi, you can't come on tonight. That's my order. So
Sorry, Aldi.
We'll leave it at that. Don't let anyone else on, Emily. Take care, everyone. Bye.
Be easy, DMW.
Hey, how are you doing, Joe?
Just put my sister's dog down. It was a shitty fucking time.
That sucks.
Yeah.
How's she holding up?
Not good, man. And I just lost, and she just lost her brother a month ago.
That's a bad combo.
Guys, is this a universal thing or a personal thing? But I found I've put quite a few dogs and cats down over my life. Dogs is just so much harder to say goodbye to than cats for me.
I would agree. I
don't know what it is, but that's just for me. Maybe is anybody else? Like I know Chick's got a lot of cats. It's just like I've had lots of cats. Maybe because I've said goodbye to a lot of cats.
You're not in your microphone now, Guru.
I apologize. It was just more along the line of, is it a freakish thing or is that just like a normal thing for?
No, you're a dog person, whereas I'm a cat person, so I cry for cats.
I gotta admit, I've had more cats, and I don't see myself as a dog person. I'm not saying I'm not. I just don't see it from my perspective. But maybe you guys, you can see it. But I just found that with dogs, it's harder. Maybe
just as many cats as dogs, and I'm with Guru. Yeah, it's different. And Chickpea, I didn't know anyone would answer cat to that question, so I got shit to think about.
I feel like the human relationship with the, wolves and foxes and whatnot
Right.
kind of evolved to bond with us. I do feel like
Yes.
there's something to that. Why it's harder.
Yes. Oh, I'm sure. I couldn't live without cats. If I didn't have cats in my life, there'd be no point even being here. No point whatsoever. No, seriously, I admit it.
You could
There's
find some
so many
submissive
things.
men.
What?
You could find some submissive men to
Oh,
fill
I
that
don't
role,
like
right?
submissive men. No,
Right,
I
and
don't like submissive men.
I
I
saw a
don't like
girl
a submissive man.
complaining. She was walking her man. No, it was a dude, and he was walking his. I guess it's his boyfriend on a leash. He had
Yeah.
the black mask on his face and stuff, and someone
5
started
minutes
filming
back.
him, and he caught an attitude. Like, how dare you film us? He like, dude, this is something you don't see every day, man. What are you talking about? They just walking down the street with a muzzle on, a leather muzzle on his face, and a chain around his neck, and the other gay dude, which was really wearing the tightest fucking clothes he could
Oh,
find,
I've
was
seen that here in England, London, that sort of thing.
I've seen it on TV. This time I saw one of my auditor friends was filming it and caught it. Like, jeez.
So Joe, I checked
yeah.
out your channel briefly the other day, and because you talked about doing work, exposing police and whatnot, and you had like 150,000 subs. You do a lot of work. So what kind of do you work on, like systemic police abuse type of stuff? Do you work on cases, or do you just kind of do indie stuff, or what do you do?
Actually,
Hey, Primrose. Oops, sorry.
that's all right. A little of all of it, right? I help people. I go to court with people. If we get calls from out of town, I say we because me and other friends do it. I'll go there and help fight their battles, protests. My main and audits where you go in the building and hold the government officials accountable. My main thing is on the streets of wherever I go, following the police, filming the police. But I do a lot of activism, feed the homeless. I do all sorts of activism. When I'm usually in Colorado about half the year. And every Sunday we'll go to Denver and we feed the homeless at Janet's Kitchen.
That's awesome.
Yeah, endless stuff. If I'm honest, endless. All my friends are activists too.
I remember doing Food Not Bombs a very, very long time ago, and I was very naive. I thought it'd just kind of be this small thing, and the line snaked all the way around. This was in Austin, so it was all the way around the library, into the park, and around the bend. And I'm like, wonder what all those people are in line for. I thought maybe there was a concert.
Yeah, right.
Oh, they all want a meal. Yeah, okay. That's how bad things are.
It's so bad in Colorado. It took years where we feed them at, and you should look this up because it's famous now. It's the 16th Street Mall. And all the businesses did not want homeless people gathering there on the weekend to be fed. They didn't want to see them. And they fought battles with the police for years. And now it took many years, but any business that moves in there has to sign something that says they will allow the homeless to be fed there on the weekends. And it's great, man. It's I don't know. It's so fucking positive, man. It's a beautiful thing. We and not just on there, but I do other shit with the homeless. I think it was last year, the worst night of the year. It was going to be the coldest, the most snow that Denver had seen in 5 years and all of that shit. And we get out there, we're a little late because it's starting to snow. And we're coming with food and blankets and stuff. When we pull up, the police are taking all of their tarps and blankets and shit on the coldest night of the year. So we just give it what we can right back. That's what the police do. They put up the park where they hang out, they put a gate around it. No one can use the entire park because they don't want homeless people sleeping there at night. They just close the park off. And just all sorts of lousy tactics and shit.
They have the architecture. Have you seen the architecture?
I have seen the hostile
architecture. So you can't lay on the bench. It's so insane. And it's in Austin, they actually, I didn't know if this was similar in other cities, but they had a thing where if the police feel threatened, they are supposed to empty their weapon into the person. Like that's their actual rule. There's
Right.
also a thing about the homeless, which is so aggressive. There was a girl. There used to be this Target shopping center, just crappy shopping center on the outskirts of downtown, you know. And people would sometimes sit out there, and the rule would be that if the police bothered them, they could move a few feet, and then the police would keep on and on having them move a few feet, so they wouldn't bother. But then they wanted to get aggressive with the homeless. So what they would do is, at the first resisting of the person saying, you know, I'm not going to move, they would just beat the ever-loving hell out of them. That was like the standard.
That had to be. I look for. I'm in Texas a lot. Some of my exes live in Texas. I visit there a lot, and yes, I think I haven't caught them doing shit to the homeless because as soon as we come up, we've gotten calls and we catch them, and as soon as we walk up, they beeline for the car. They stop touching them. That's how you know they're doing wrong.
Yes.
If they were standing, they stayed there and talked to them. They got a leg to stand on. But if they run as soon as we drive up, they were about to do some evil shit.
Yes. And meanwhile, there's, you know, the Austin State Hospital was right there, and they'll randomly let people out who are mentally ill. So you'd always have to watch. I used to walk from the Commons at UT to Spider House to get coffee and work on work, and then walk to where I worked. So, you know, I would walk around there a lot, and I kind of knew different crazy people and where they were.
Right,
So,
right.
like, there was one I nicknamed him "Hey Bitch" because anytime he
Right,
saw
because he saw you, hey, bitch.
"Hey Bitch," and then he would just come at you flapping his arms, and I don't know if he was just high or crazy or what, but
Yeah.
so I would avoid that guy. And then he wouldn't be around for a few months, and then he'd pop out again, and you're like, oh my God, it's that guy again.
Glad
I
to
mean,
see he's alive at least, right?
yeah. I guess, yeah, but it's just sad too because, you know, all the sites you see, you'll see people spending thousands of dollars to go to the, ACL festival and see bands, and then you'll see someone walking with their dog with no shoes on.
Yeah.
Looks like something out of a Dickens novel in the same, you know.
And they hate him. I got a buddy, Jeff Gray. He rides around. He goes usually to city halls and public parks and stuff, and he'll hold a sign that says, "God bless the homeless vets." He's famous for it. And sure enough, no matter, he can go in front of the VA, he can go wherever, and people will come out and say, "Yeah, I'm a vet too, man, but you know, I love the vets, but you can't stand here." People in general do not like homeless, and I'm gonna go further. They don't like poor people, period. Don't nobody want to see poor people. That's why black people catch so much shit. Black motherfucker move around, you're a blight. I was talking to one of my guys, black dude. I wish I could remember which one it was. I don't remember, but he was talking about all the shit he do for the homeless and shit. And I was like, or he's willing to do, not that he does, that he's willing to do for the homeless. And one of our friends was homeless, living in a van. I was like, well, what if I can't remember his name, but if he pulled up and took up residential outside of your house? Hell no, he got to do that shit somewhere else. That is the attitude. Everybody swear they would love to help a homeless motherfucker, but when you see one, get the fuck from in front of my crib, go down the street and do it there.
And to be fair, then you do, like when you're naive like me, I just, thought everybody, that was homeless probably might be someone that just lost their job or something, which a lot of them are. And then other people, they do have problems. Maybe they're a victim of abuse, foster system, or all kinds of reasons, or substance abuse or whatever. But, you have, that creates a situation where homeless people that are normies, meaning they don't have severe mental illness, or substance abuse, are hiding from the other homeless people who victimize each other, including killing each other. And they, size someone up and think, okay, no one's going to care if you go missing. And so that's another scary element. It's like, it's kind of like what we do. The marginalized are attacking the marginalized because that's how they're getting their aggression out, that they should be attacking the marginalizer,
Right. When you get a little community going, though, that dies down a lot, which is amazing to me. And the police always tear it down when people start building a community, though. But those people will have a young guy or two. He'll pretty much be security, keep everybody in line. It's not an official role, but it'll be some young male who will take on that. It'll be a tech guy who has all the phone cords and stuff you need. It'll be, it's usually a chick that's like the leader who everybody goes to. It'll be a guy with a generator when it's cold. And those places, the crazy motherfuckers don't really get out of line. When it's sparse here and there, yes, the crazy motherfucker can run something. But when they got their shit together, man, I had stopped, I'll get there and take the food and shit. When they're setting up the tables, I would start chatting people up. And eventually I would go into the tents. I had no idea. In the dead of winter, man, they got heat and fires in there and cores. I need a C-type motherfuckers coming to the tent. I'm like, this is way more sophisticated. I talked to one guy and I thought they were all crazy and shit. Turned out that, I don't know, maybe a quarter are crazy, but most are just fall on hard times. And then there's this one guy, he was really sharp. And he said that, I think he's like, listen, Joe, I've lived a bunch of lives. I had the family. I've been to the military. I've lived abroad. I've done time in jail. He lived a bunch of different lives. And he said, this is the best life. I suggest every motherfucker be homeless for 6 months. You would never go back. You never know what freedom is until you give up everything. And he was happy and thrilled and would not live another way and was totally sane. I thought that was interesting as fuck.
That freaks me out. That freaks me out that you say that, because one of my favorite stories that a friend of mine liked it so much that he makes he's a vegan that makes songs on YouTube. He made a song about looking out windows based on what I told him. But I told him that one of my first times when I was actually getting to do what I wanted to do, because I was obsessed with wanting to work with wrongful convicts and that kind of stuff. But I ended up working at a pretty prominent law firm, but I was doing like putting their pleadings together and filing and stuff like that. That was really, really boring. So I remember walking over to the window thinking about how, okay, I'm finally getting to do this, but I'm not really doing what I want. And I saw down at the street was a homeless guy, and he had set up his little encampment behind the wall there on the corner where there were some bushes, and he kind of could go where he pleased. And I remember thinking, why is that guy more free than me?
Yes.
And, he can do what he wants any time of the day. And, what's so great about being up here? And I remember, like, when I was driving down in the parking garage, I had to wake the guy up that worked at the parking garage to open the gate because he was asleep on his job. And he asked me, like, he could tell from looking at me I wasn't happy, which was funny. He said, do you like it up there? Which I thought was so weird.
That is
I know. And I said, yeah, which was a lie, but just a polite lie. But
Yes.
yeah, a lot of people who have finally achieved whatever, they're not happy, and then they have to pivot and figure out what they really want to do.
I think it was Aristophanes. I never get that name right. He's the guy who lived in the jar. And not just him. There's Jesus himself said something along these lines, that every possession you have is an entrapment. Everyone you give up is a freedom. And it looks that way, right? We haven't seen what freedom is even like. We wouldn't have the slightest idea what freedom is like. I got a buddy, Press Harder. He's also a cop watcher. And this guy ain't bought food. Well, maybe he has recently, but he hadn't bought food in years, man. He just forages, and he doesn't have a home. I travel a lot. I'll pick him up and drop him in another city. I might pick him up in 4 months and drop him in another city, and we hang out. That's just the way he lives. And he's free, man. And he don't answer the motherfuckers when the police pick him up. He don't give them no name. He just flop out. And eventually they have to let him go, man. He is just, but he's free, man. I don't know, man.
I feel like, imagine if we built a society, because the way they keep people from doing that is they make you feel like, but what if you get sick? Then you won't have any care. What if this? What if that? And things do happen with people. But the flip side is if we had a society that really did take care of basic needs first for everyone before, the billionaires could redip, the buffet belongs to everybody. And then once everybody's been served, then the extras are the extras. If we had that, then everybody could live that way.
Yes. A couple of these bombers, or what Trump spent on this week's war or whatever, that shit would feed homelessness for 7 years. Somebody did the math. If homeless was a priority, I keep telling people, stop hating on immigrants and, your neighbor who gets food stamps or whoever it is you're hating on, because they're in the same boat you are. If you really believe that if all the immigrants left, that your government is going to give that money to the veterans, or if the veterans were taken care of, they give it to the homeless or to you. That's not a thing that they do. It's not something they've done in the past. Stop letting them pit you against, another poor person, please.
For real. Yeah, absolutely. And also the idea, like, I remember my aunt was a millionaire. She lived in Dallas, and we lived in the more normal part of Dallas, regular people part. But it was funny because you know how you'll drive through some place and there's these dividing lines, and it's like there's literally a block that makes the difference between your millionaire community and the rest of town. It's like, you're not even, they believe they're sort of sectioning themselves off. You can only do that for so long. The problems will trickle in, you know what I mean?
The problems would live with you. I always ask people, would you prefer to be the slave or the slave master? I say the slave and people think I'm crazy, but the slave master comes with his own burdens. If you're a fan of God, they may be worse. Who's worse, the guy who gets beat or the guy who's doing a beating? I mean, who has the moral mark on him? The guy in that neighborhood you're talking about who built up the tall gates, he has some issues because he has to label those people on the other side of the gate. And when you label them, that means you're going to allow other people to hurt them so you can maintain your comfort. That means if some homeless dude from Tarrant County wanders into your property, you got to allow, you don't have to touch them yourself because you have money, but you have to pay people and have them fuck dude over, and you have to justify that shit. And then you have to say crazy gaslighting shit like, it's people like him that make the world a horrible place. You got to do really horrible shit. Some dude down on his luck, can't even feed his dog, and you got to label him the problem, the reason you don't have whatever new car you wanted or whatever. It's his fault. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, the mom with the food stamps that bought a diet soda. How dare she? You know,
how
$2
dare that
soda.
evil motherfucker? You too fat. How you need to leave soda alone? That ain't what I gave you that money for. If you had your choice, you wouldn't give her a dime. Stop it.
Yep. It's funny too, because, you know, you bring up burdens, and these people do have something going on with them for a long time before they're like that. Because my aunt particularly, she was one of the people in the family that was always very judgmental. And like, she's one of the ones that when I brought my court case against YouTube and Google about the fugitives, she phoned my mother up and she said, "Why is Emily antagonizing psychopaths on the internet?" And kind of got something going. Very, very judgmental. And I'm like, is that what I'm doing? Antagonizing psychopaths on the internet? More like trying to capture child harming fugitives, but okay, however you want to look at it, you know.
That's the phrasing that the police use, or bootlickers and copsuckers. You know, if I walk up, I tell you, Emily, I'll be like, yeah, I went out there and I was filming the police and some guy stuck a flashlight in my shit and prevented me from filming. And then the cop or the bootlicker, his version will say, well, you were interfering, being disruptive. You took my attention away from my stop. You put lives at risk. They see it whole different, use whole different terminology. They give you an unlawful order. You know, like, I don't care what it is. Put the stop filming me, stand 100 feet away behind that bush, whatever order they give. And you say, hell no, I'm not going. Oh, he's combative. He's refusing to comply. And, you know, they
Stop
are
resisting.
horrible.
Yeah, even though you're on the ground with your arms behind your back.
We have a non-compliant guy here. Why would I comply to you? It's Tuesday. I don't do what no motherfuckers say. Why would I listen to you?
One thing people don't know or don't think about until they're in that situation is, and one thing where I encountered when my dad was in the hospital in Fort Worth, you bringing that up made me think about it. Like the police, part of what they were used for in that setting, and I'm seeing it now in my job, is to kind of enforce keeping families in line who are having a problem with the care of their family member. Let's just put it that way. Yeah. So a lot of times security guards and police officers are not there for what they ought to be there for.
Agreed. They're counselors, marriage counselors. They're doing all this work that they should not. Social services. They're doing shit that they are not qualified to do. They suck at writing tickets and knowing small laws. They certainly shouldn't be counseling no one's relationship while they're having a heated argument. They don't have the time for that shit. Listen, I'm gonna put both of you fuckers in cuffs. You don't need nobody with that energy. You know, if Emily, you tried to accomplish what you're doing and you talk to people like that, you would not be successful. Nor will a fucking police. That's why every time they do a welfare check, somebody end up murdered.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And the again, it's a focus on the elite being protected from
the
the
poor.
common, the
Yes,
poor,
or the common.
or even just common. There are well-to-do people that believe that they're above all of this, and then
Well,
they
when you
find
said
out that
elite,
they're
the
not.
rest are poor. When you only because you said
Exactly.
elite, so that's it. Poor.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck if you're a millionaire. To them, you're still fucking poor.
Yes.
To the elite, yeah.
You're an
And
underling.
and I don't care if you just, I don't know, man. If you got a fucking house, a roof over your head, and Netflix, you talk crazy to people on the internet. You poor, you're bum, you're poor, you don't have anything. I mean, motherfuckers be feeling themselves on the internet, man. That is the metric. What you have acquired apparently is the metric. It is not honesty, truth, morality, faith, or anything like that. Those things don't even come on there immediately. You're a leftist, liberal, and I wouldn't vote. You'd have to put a gun to my head, and you still might not get lucky. But if I say something, Trump sucks. Oh, you love Kamala, and all their baggage just comes out of their mouth, and you've been voting Democrat all your life, and you think some lefty leaning bitch is gonna help you. What the fuck are you? I didn't watch that shit. What are you talking about?
Now, what's scarier to me is, Guru, I'll let you talk. I just want to say one thing to that. What's scarier to me is seeing people flip that are intelligent. So I won't say who, but someone who I respect flipped to full MAGA-tard, and they really want to believe in these things. I think it's almost like a mental break where they just can't handle that things are the effed up mess that they are. So they completely just they want to have this simplified system of this good, that bad, this okay.
Yes,
this,
like flat earthers, man. They cannot do any critical thinking. If you can't wrap it up in half a sentence, not even a full sentence, then it's not worthy. And most things are multifaceted and intricate, man. So I question your guys' sanity. Any motherfucker who he's probably locked in some type of cognitive dissonance right now. Guru, can I ask you a question? And Emily, I think I'm going to ask you the same question. I'm trying to decide who to ask out of you three. How did the women do?
Great. I was more interested in the later subjects because they biased because they brought my wife into it, and the schooling because it's more my bag. I was listening to a lot of things they did, but the MAGA things and all that is highly subjective to me. So I've just got to listen. I haven't really got many points on it. But when it came to the schooling, and one thing I want to speak to Emily on is some of the hidden reasons our children act the way they do, and the devilry teaches us different, like they're being naughty or something like that. They're more along my works and lines, which I promise people I will bring at a later date, when I've earned that with people. But I really did enjoy it, and I'm up for D&W and Emily. If they want me, I'll definitely tune in every Wednesday if it's Women Wednesdays.
That's another subject we talked about, it being a regular thing. I think regular thing, you bear the risk that we talked about. I'm not saying we shouldn't do it, he shouldn't do it, it's not worth it or anything. But a show here and there doesn't come with the risk of, if you make a all women show, all black show, all trans show, now there are other risks. You got to stay on top of it.
All gay show.
Interesting.
Everybody on this show has to be gay. Has to be.
You're right. What the fuck is that about? Right?
No, Joe. I tell you what, I'm cool for the only spaces so long as they're experimental. Like, for example, I love listening to an Only Women's Wednesday because it means us men have to shut up and just hear what they have to say when they're speaking together. And I'm one to say that I believe all humans are fundamentally exactly the same on the inside, but we do have our subjective differences, and we certainly do in gender as well in most cases. Not all of us, but there's a huge gap there. So I'm not fully agreeing to this strict, this is that. I'm all for art and love and expressions, but there does seem to be a mass populace that we seem to cater for it within most of our language, and I appreciate that. I wish everybody was a little bit more open, I really do, but I'm certainly not for destroying correct structure, like the reasonings behind the word woman and things like that for that. I just believe in making room in our language, in the way we think about things for different minds and different people. So it's a very difficult fight for me to get stuck up into people's like LGBTQ subjective things like MAGA and all that. But the part I did love was the fact when we talk about our youth and how we as adults have a massive effect on them, because that's something that's to my heart. But go on, Joe. What was you going to say?
Guru, I want you're so kind that you're really not the right guy. I needed a crappy guy to ask. Is Cougar Doomer or somebody?
I could be that, you know.
I don't.
His wife came on, and it's funny because they have sort of a similar rhythm to their speech, like you know how people probably sync up. That was interesting, and she's really smart. And the other ladies were too. I'll say what I think a lot of people would think. Just my thoughts. I think I'm. Did you want to ask somebody else?
I was going to ask you. Yeah.
I thought you were going to ask me. Okay. Cool. Okay. From my standpoint, I think my brain wiring is a little bit different than some women, so I feel like I'm more enjoying this type of topic.
Right.
But I enjoyed what those ladies had to say about stuff, and I kind of pivoted it to things that I'm more interested in. But you have to work with who you're with.
I saw that. I saw you were doing that, right? When I came in, I wanted to troll you cats because someone was talking about her feelings.
I tried.
And I just, I'm a troll. I don't mean nothing bad. Some people don't have a sense of humor, though, so I don't think I did. Because I really want you guys to succeed, and it's not worth me having a little fun in the chat to risk you guys or anything. But I did notice that you were trying to pivot to more complicated subjects or more thought-provoking subjects. But then I got the call that the dog was sick.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. But yeah, the thing is like I felt kind of bad too because I didn't want to stay on the ailment topic, especially since women would be automatically accused of all they talk about are their feelings and their illnesses. So, but at the same time, I wanted to let Crystal have her run of talking about what happened to her because on a lot of levels it's very interesting. But then I was kind of like, okay, we gotta move into something else, or it's gonna be,
Now that I think about it, I did troll y'all a little bit. I said, okay, I expect feelings, my feelings and recipes. What are we doing today? I came in with that bullshit attitude. So,
yeah.
Emily, if I can add to it, babe, you did a great show, and I would suggest that at any point that you find any sort of struggle for content or what to play into, if you was asking me, the school thing and our education system and children is the perfect way to end every show on, because I think that brings men and women into it. So if you was asking me, and I admit and give my own selfish reason, because I'm big on this, and I would love to give Alyssa that heads up to say, because she's got a lot to add for children and the things we're looking at. But yeah, I do feel that a safe bet for most female hosts and things like that is, if anything dries up or anything out of the ladies, always aim down before you go down the road of schools and education. I think it's a massive, I'm all for female teachers in most of the young ages, because I think you guys have a greater intuitive understanding of what these young boys and girls go through, even greater as men. Because
just the way you phrased that was great. You was like, do it at the end. And that's why I would prefer it. I don't like easy. Yeah. I don't respect easy. I don't respect people who do the easy shit. But you're absolutely right. It's easier and more important to reach the youth, right before they've been poisoned. It's harder to explain to a motherfucker that they've been tricked than it is to trick them. So once the guy gets our age, it's really rough going a kid. However, you do stand a shot. But I don't like the easy and everyone. I hate when people bring up kids or I don't know, the simple the shit. Of course, we all agree.
In a corny, they're our future way, and then just like leave it at that. The kids are our future. They need an education. Yeah.
Yes. What about for instance, someone will tell me, Joe, the people in your neighborhood should not have a gun. What the fuck would you say something like that? Because a kid could die. And then 9 people on the panel, oh my God, I saw a kid fall off a bike. It was horrible. You got to listen to 30 minutes of that when a motherfucker bring up a kid. Everybody has to virtue signal and shit. And I'm sorry to feel like that, but everyone hops on a wagon when you do that shit.
Yeah, for me, it's more, and for Guru, I think it's more of a personal, like there's a center right now, for example, this would be the kind of thing to talk about, like Guru, this, you might not know this, but in America, it still exists. I wish I could remember the name of it. There's a girl who has a YouTube channel too, and if I could remember that. I would bring it up. But her name is something like, her last name is Mambusa or something, but she is autistic, but she's verbal and functioning and all. She had with her autism really bad OCD. So this school is to get them out of their behaviors. So they put them there like a residential school. They put a shocking device on them, and every time they stem, they shock them. And she said it really hurt.
What?
They physically shock them. She said, and it really hurts the same way if you were being like stung. So it's a really painful type of. It's not like a nothing thing. It's like a real like needles in you, shocking you. Well, she finally tried to run away from the school one day, and but she didn't make it.
Wait a minute, was this a supportive thing, Emily? Sorry, I'm just. I'm.
No, it's about education of autistic people, and something that we could talk about that goes on today, right now. So, like this girl.
That's current.
That's current.
I thought it was a past story.
She's now in her 20s. Well, she's now in her 20s, but the school still exists, so it's a current thing.
Well, it's definitely current. She's only in her 20s.
And she ran away. They caught her, and then they put the backpack on her back because they keep you in solitary with like a backpack that has the shocking devices.
Wow.
And they shocked the hell out of her every time she even moved. And
shocking me, and I'm not even fucking there, Emily. What the?
Exactly. Isn't that crazy? Because, like, okay, you know about me, like my little neurodivergence was that when I was 11, I had strep over and over, and it caused me to have pandas. What I now know is why I started having these mild OCD behaviors, which kind of evened out as I got older, like it does. But I didn't know at 11 why I was having it. And imagine if somebody had, every time I had one of those behaviors, shocked the shit out of me. I mean, this is just insane behavior towards people that are disabled that you wouldn't even imagine.
I thought we stopped that. I remember we outlawed the shock therapies and the fucking thing where they used to take out what they in front of your brain and shit. What they call that surgery?
Lobotomy? Yeah.
Lobotomies. And
now, this wasn't the kind of shock treatment where they like put somebody under and like shock them, but this is like a all day long. They're wearing this thing, and if they stem, then they get stung. Yeah, and it's still going on. So. That's totally crazy. Can you imagine?
Yeah,
I can't imagine, to be honest, Emily. And I'm like, I don't even know what to think about it, but I'm glad you mentioned it because
me too.
I won't have too many nightmares tonight, but that's definitely going to haunt me tomorrow. You'd be next night. Emily, what the fuck's a link, babe? I'd be like,
I'm one of those in Chicago. I'll be outside. I'll be outside their fucking offices. I'll be inside of their offices, man. If we found someone who was doing that shit and driving distance.
She's a good. She's doing really well now. She's as bright.
Is it a voluntary thing, Emily? Can I ask? Is this something they volunteer for?
The parents put the kids in there. So
yeah.
Kids obviously aren't volunteering. So, yeah.
And it can't be if she's run away. It's got to be the parents.
Yep.
What are these parents being told? Your gay kid is evil or something. You know, what are they being told exactly here?
They're being told that they can correct the behavior. And that's, to me, that's just like what I was talking with Alyssa about working with the kids one-on-one in ABA therapy. You know, some of that's good. Some of the stuff we did with the kids was good. It's for instance, there's a fast-paced teaching method. It's called the Carbone method, where the kid, you keep their attention. So that's a good type of thing. But Emily, then the licking stamps to stop stimming, I think that's abusive, but it's on a whole nother scale, what she's talking about.
I just think there's a difference between creating an equilibric relationship with someone who's having difficulties with the reality we create for them, and seeing it as some sort of, I don't know how to think about this, Emily. I'm gonna be somebody. This is too much for me. But I believe you. It's just like, God dang! I'm
gonna shift gears for you, Guru. I'm gonna use you guys.
Don't worry about it, because she's doing great now, Guru. She plays guitar. She's a happy girl. She's got a YouTube channel.
It's good to know. I want to use you guys, Guru, while I got you and Emily. And I don't mind doing that shit. I'm an idiot. My thing that I have to do is I have to talk to a cop and get him to see that he's harming people. And, you know, I'm one of those guys who I believe if you didn't harm anyone or deprive them of their property, you probably should keep your hands off of that person. So when I see a police giving a motherfucker a ticket because he didn't hit his turn signal or forgot to turn his lights on or something, I think he's an evil guy. So these are the people I have to talk to every day and try to explain to them that you wouldn't. It's illogical if the guy is standing here, let's say Illinois, and I'm a legal taxpaying citizen and you love me And then I step 6 feet to the right and I'm in a state where weed is illegal. And suddenly I'm an evil fuck. And if someone tells you to attack me, you'll do it. How do I talk them out of this weird thinking? Or am I wrong? Maybe this is the way society has to be.
Night, Emily. I'm going to sleep now. Night, Craig.
All right, Chickpea.
Thanks for being here.
Bye. Bye. You did very well, Emily. You did really good.
Thank you. Thank you.
You could-
Nice talking to you.
Chickpea, if you had some advice on how I could talk the cop out of being an evil fuck before you left, I'd appreciate it.
How you could talk a cop out of it?
Yeah.
Stop
I
eating
would
meat.
know. What?
Tell him
I've
stop
got
eating
no
meat
idea because we've got the British police are a farce, an absolute joke, and quite frankly, I've got no faith. Why are you pulling faces, Gloria?
I know I was actually agreeing with you, to be honest, babe. I mean, I don't know, but like I'm kind of that opinion. It's not set in stone,
No.
but I'm getting there as well, to be honest. So the
No,
face is
really-
actually. I'm gutted that I agree with you.
No, they've really changed inside. When I was young, they were such noble men back in the
Right.
60s, 70s. They were real men you could look up to, and you did as you were told. Well, you know, I don't go and break the law, but what we've got now, they're such a bunch of shitheads. You know what? In London, you see men cycling, fully grown men cycling on the pavements, fully grown men breaking all the driving laws, and the police just drive straight past.
Right.
And you
That's-
also get the shoplifting that the police just allow. So
However,
that-
I see one of my guys may go film a building or something, and since they don't have a law, they'll be like, well, apparently over there you have some terrorism act, and they'll say, I think you may be a terrorist, and suddenly they can search them. They got an ID, you know, they use that law over people who they know aren't doing anything. So
Yeah, I know they're doing the same here with people. It's getting quite bad. It's getting quite scary because if you can't trust the police, if a normal person like myself can't trust the police, then society has collapsed, in my opinion.
yes, they say the first sign of an occupying force is that they refuse to obey the same laws that they enforce. And
Yes.
I know here in America, the police don't think they have to follow laws. Most people think the police can speed and do what they want and don't have to follow laws. Even the police, I'm like, dude, you ran a light. I'm a police. I can run lights. I don't have to do that.
What did that asshole just say to you, Emily? What did he
It
just
doesn't
say
matter.
to you?
Well, he
What
His
an
opinion.
that guy is such an asshole.
yeah,
Sorry.
he can be kind of salty is one word for it.
What?
But he's mad that I won't worship Donald Trump, but that's his problem. That's not
Oh
gonna happen.
dear, oh dear, oh dear. It just goes to show the level of his intellect, doesn't it?
Well, on Twitter, he reposted one of my posts. He followed me, and I followed him back because he unblocked me after the chickpea debacle was resolved. And
yes.
and he,
Yes.
he posted a bunch of stuff about the man on trial for that killing. I do happen to believe he's probably guilty of the killing due to the evidence I've seen, although he deserves a fair trial. That being said, I think the security stood down, and he asked me if it was for Israel or not, and I said, based on the evidence we have in the form of his text messages and their comments back to him, I think it's entirely plausible, among other people that wanted to take over his organization. So, but it's worth more inquiry. Now, that's nuanced thinking, in my opinion, although it's not leaning in favor of the administration he admires. So he's got to be.
Emily, there's another video of the guy
Unbelievable.
who
Sorry.
shot up the hotel, and there's an argument that the police stood down again, that the security stood down. He's talking to the guy, and as soon as he turns his back, the guy runs out with a gun in his hand. How are you talking to him and didn't see a
No,
rifle?
Sorry. Emily, so what have you done to upset the gorgeous Kenny?
That's just it.
Shit on Trump and Israel. That's all
having
it
my
takes,
own opinion about that.
apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't like women who think for themselves. He doesn't like us very much. Mind you, if a man like Kenny liked me, I'd be very, very worried about myself.
He
And
could
I
be
would-
angry that I'm getting along with you, but I didn't see what you're supposed to have
Oh,
done to him.
right. That's
So
part of it too. I forgot.
So I'm not going to be nasty to you for no reason. But if he's free to state when he was here, when he's here next time, what you did and what he wants me to think about it. I
That's-
mean,
you said, or he says that you said something bad to him. He said something bad back, some shitty things. I saw him say some shitty things that maybe he told us on the panel. And that's when Emily walked in. So she called him out. Hey, stop saying shitty things. And apparently he's been riding her since.
He had a ready cheek to block me and everything, you know.
It was just Kenny.
Yes.
Well,
I
don't know what Chickpea said to him, but he seemed to think that it was terrible. But I didn't.
He's a real Nancy boy. He is such a Nancy boy. Because I tell you something, a man with balls would not be too worried about an old dear of my age has to say, to be honest.
Well, I never say anything to him
what a
like
Nancy
that.
boy is, but I think you I think you made it clear as you kept speaking. I think I know what one is now.
You know, I'm 72 years old. You know, I mean, it's ridiculous. You know, it's just insane.
To get all invested. I don't think it has a lot to do with you, though. People like that must emote. They think it's cool. They fantasize about telling people off and being powerful in that fashion. So they look for excuses throughout the day so that they can be that guy. And everyone falls underneath them at some point. And it's never their fault. Anything they do would never be their fault.
No. No, but I don't know what to make of it all. It's yes, well, you know.
So Kenny, I'm not going to put that on the screen, but no, I talk about magatards all the time. Before I knew you existed, I used the term magatard. So no, I'm not. I don't recall if I was referring to you or not. When I refer to you, I refer to you, like I just did about your Twitter post. I don't call you names and never have. So.
And if you're a MAGA fan, it's cult mentality, man. It ain't like you rooting for a baseball team that's over there just, hitting pitcher. We're talking about people who actually do horrendous things.
He hasn't even passed a driving test yet. Can I tell you something funny, guys? He's in his mid-40s. He hasn't even passed.
Chickpea. Let's not feed Kenny's victim complex where he thinks somebody's calling him names and saying, I never called him anything.
Yet. He hasn't even passed his driving test yet. What sort of man has not passed his driving test at age of 45? But
we got to be careful because he's not up here. Some things are fair, some things are not.
Did you guys hear Kenny's poem? He said about, I think it was obvious it was about my wife yesterday. Did you guys hear that? He said it live. It's a lovely poem. I read Kenny's poem for you.
I'm not interested. I don't want him to get any line.
Oh, don't worry. I won't read it. It was we thought it was beautiful. Like it was obviously. I don't know. I don't think it was obviously meant to be a dig like a childish way, but obviously he'd made Alyssa the center stage of it, and at the end of it, I think Jack and everybody was ready to go off. But I said, hey, poetry is supposed to be from the heart, whether it comes from a broken heart, a non-broken heart, but it's personal. I thought it was beautiful that he wrote it, but I put it up on X anyway for anybody to look, and for Kenny. I tagged them all in there. Me and my wife put up as good sports, and it was actually a beautiful poem, to be honest. But Kenny has a certain flavour about him I've recognised, and it can be Marmite for a lot of people. Kenny rubs me up the wrong way sometimes, like I rub people up the wrong way sometimes. But generally, I kind of like his humor and his grit and his soul. That's just me.
I like those things about him, but he's dishonest. Therefore, I could probably be on his ass as long as we know each other. As long as you just say edgy shit for the sake of edginess and not giving a fuck about the negative ramifications that you're putting out in my universe. Because my job is to put out good shit, and every time I'm putting out negative shit, that makes my job harder. So I'll probably stay on top of him and catch him.
Well, you've got a cheek, Kenny, Joey. Sorry, your laugh is like amber nectar. You can melt the heart. Your laugh, bro, is amazing. I love it so much.
But Emily, right? He criticizes me and says I haven't lived my life. Okay, I've been in the armed forces. I've played war games in the North Sea, which is the damn sight more than he's ever done. And I'm the little girl.
He put glue in a lock, Chickpea. Don't forget.
What?
I said he put glue in a lock. So don't forget, he's been out there in those streets too.
Sorry.
He's some guy. Somebody would give him some water. So he glued their lock shut because the store wouldn't give him, the restaurant wouldn't give him free water. So he came back later on and glued their lock shut.
Oh, you're kidding me. Oh,
anyway, Emily, I'm going to wish everybody good night. I hope you don't mind, guys. Thank you all. Love the show tonight, Emily. I'm gonna try and get my wife to get more involved and talk about the school stuff more. If you guys go ahead and ask her to do that, because I think she wants that. I think my wife would like the outlet, to be honest, Emily, to talk about those things, because she feels a little intimidated. She tells us sometimes when we're all talking about the other stuff, and to have a place where you talk more feminine aspects and she can listen to you guys, and then have her say later on to get you guys to support her. And I think she would love that as well. So I appreciate
Guru,
you.
before you leave, is something I only have a couple minutes to talk to the police. If I'm lucky, usually you don't have a long time. Is there some words that I can say in 2 minutes to that guy that would touch his heart?
I don't believe in good and evil, as you're aware, but if I take
negative,
you,
positive will do.
No, I'm gonna.
Oh, he went out.
Gone.
He buffering.
You lost connection, Guru, if you can hear us. But you don't have to do good and evil, Guru. Negative or unhealthy will do.
We'll see.
Emily, why he's gone? Wait, yeah, he's gone. Emily, is there something, or Chickpea, is there something I can say in 2 minutes that can touch these people's hearts?
Oh gosh, you know what? I find the police nowadays just too difficult. Luckily, I don't have anything to do with them. Luckily. And I don't know what to suggest. I really don't, to be honest.
I dig it. It's not easy. I've been at it for years. It's not an easy question that I'm asking you.
I've never had any contact with the police in my life, ever.
That's so mean.
What?
Yeah, they are.
They're mean. They don't like us. They have disdain. There's a personality trait someone was telling me about. It's the, hold on, I wrote it down. The something triangle. It was pretty cool. I don't know why I wrote it because I'm lousy like that. The seven triangle, but it had dark triad. I was close.
The dark triad. Yeah.
The dark triad. It's 3 traits: psychopathy, Machiavellianism, and narcissism. Any slight to his or her authority is met with disproportionate response, and that's every police. If you question them, it is a slight to them, and depending on how crazy they are, they may do something really harmful to you, or lock you up, or beat you, or at least put you down, run your name, try and find tickets on you. All of them seem to have that dark triad. That's like police attract motherfuckers like that.
Yeah, I'm very sorry.
If they don't have it organically, they're trained to operate as though they do, I would say.
Oh, yeah, I've never had any contact with the police ever in my life. I've sort of very well-behaved little old dear. You know.
I often ask the cop the question you're asking us. What can I say to get you to change? He's saying, I guess that's Guru, Jesus Pantheon, I guess. He's saying, ask the cop, what can I say to you or ask you right now that could get you to change your path? That's not bad.
Not bad, but I would say that's the more positive outlook, and I think that could work for a few people. But like you said about how they really are when you're around them, if they're, I think all of these institutions, like cops and teachers and doctors, even from the higher professions to the lower, it's basically trauma-based mind control. They are victims themselves of a trauma-based mind control. They are, and then it's really hard to break through and make them a human again. Kind of how I see it. So
they change almost inside young. I can tell you. Oof.
Yeah, and almost scaring them into a result of their inaction was all that works, in my opinion.
Yes.
So you have to go around them. You have to go around them. Talking to the individual cop almost has no effect.
Terrible.
Going around them, at least in Chicago, and pretty much I could say I've traveled a lot. Their bosses are worse than them, which is how they get the job. So going over their head, I mean, I've went to Supreme Court judges here in Illinois, the Inspector General, I think that's what he's called, the guy who it's his job to go after them, and the state's attorney. All of these people are kind in your face, but are really horrible people. The Inspector General,
they're the worst.
Yes, he's like, you should have told me, I had no idea. I'll get right on it. I'll take it in front of everyone, right? He's giving a lecture and I call him out in front of, I don't know, 80 people or something. And so he's like, you know, when it's done, you come over here, I'll give you my number. And he gives me the number, and I'm thinking everything. As I walk away, I see it starts with 1-800. I go, whoa. I come back, and some bootlicking brother over there. Man, brother, he gave you the number. He's trustworthy. Well, hey, shut the fuck up. I'm like, this is a 1-800 number. His people now, he's surrounded by like his people, his peers. And like, Bob, you didn't even give him the secretary's number? How is he gonna get a hold of you even there like that? But that's just how shitty he is. He said all that beautiful shit in front of people like he'd make a difference, and he was gonna spin me. I'll never get him back on the phone again. They're all like that. The judges, they gave a great speech about transparency and filming in the courtroom. Soon as the meeting broke and I went to them individually, so you are okay with filming in the courtroom? Well, it depends. I was like, well, I'm not sure. It depends on you. Just told everybody it's okay, so I can bring my camera in there. No, that's not what we're saying. Who do you work for? Who told you to come here? All of them are like that. They in your face. They're lovely, of course, but they have no plans on changing a fucking thing. This is how they get paid, keep food on the table. Stop fucking with me.
And they act like they, well, I'm not fucking with you. I'm just saying if it's ever going to change, it's going to be going around even them at the statutory level, which is very difficult as well. And that's because all the representatives are bought and paid for. But if you can buy them and pay for them and bend their ear, then and they want to use it to their advantage, which is what we're going to try to do with passing the ECHO Act and some of these child harm acts to inhibit child harm being facilitated by these platforms, then that's the way to do it. And it's they make it a ridiculous process. So we've tried the smaller route of
it
just
is a
informing
ridiculous
someone
process
until we're now at the very top, going to try to just work
you
our
let
way
me
down.
know how that goes. Here's another route that my friends have achieved. I've achieved some success at this, but when your channel gets big enough, there's a guy, a civil rights lawyer. There's a bunch of friends of mine who do this too, Lackluster, James Freeman, but the civil rights lawyer, every time he drops a video, immediately within 2 hours, the guy who passed, who went to court and appeals, people let him off, and his boss said he saw nothing wrong. Within 2 hours, that motherfucker loses his job or has to retire. When you get powerful enough and you get people calling in, that scares them to no end. When they see themselves on a fucking viral vid or something, or even their friend, that seems to scare them to no end. It won't straighten them up and make them think right. It'll just make them behave in front of you.
Yeah,
It's all.
I can tell you something interesting. The flip that I saw happen with the law firm that Google YouTube hired against me, they thought of me. And at first they were right. I really thought as soon as I show them, they were going to investigate. And I thought, well, as soon as I show them all this evidence, it's going to be game over. Yay. And so I got to work. I put it all together. And then they let me know it was such a vampiric meeting. That woman is a human rights lawyer, too, that's at the top of this tech firm. Billionaires, they deal with the biggest cases. And she's got all the help in the world, and they're paying her thousands to battle me, and I'm at my kitchen table putting evidence together, fighting them, And so then, so I'm thinking, she said, okay. I said, well, I have more than this, believing that I just didn't show them enough. And so she wants to do a second investigation. I can redraft everything. So I do that. And then that next meeting, I was just realizing I'm an idiot. They never had any intention. They just want to see what I have.
Exactly. They want to see all your cards so they
then
can know
I
how
realized
to get around them.
I'm in a war, and I'm going to have to gear up and deal with it or give up, and I'm not going to give up. So I got into the courtroom, and we had a switch of judges. And the judge that was supposed to be there is a total flunky, bought and paid for by the company judge. And this weird fluke where we got this other judge, he was very interested in what I had to say about FOSTA SESTA. And we had 3 hearings. This is very unusual for a large corporation like this. And then he had me redrafted around breach. And he wrote like a 40-page response of the ins and outs of all my law. Yeah. So he had to really go through it because he knows I have something there. And he didn't make me file a motion for that. He told me basically what to do. And I did it because it gives me standing. That judge was trying to help me, but he couldn't do it too overtly, But then it got moved back to her. And
I was
she
about
is
to say that's
Mhm.
usually what they do. They switch the judges on you.
Switch the
Anytime you have
judges
some
on me.
progress, they switch the judges. Yeah.
And so she's making me have to appeal, and there is so much reversible error. You would understand it if I went through the ins and outs. She's trying to make it a Section 230 case, and it's not. So I'm in the appeal process, and I just had to draft a notice to get them to keep the record, which they would have dismissed the whole appeal. They mailed that to me late. I ended up getting it, though, filed and accepted, so we're still in the game. 1% of cases go this far that are pro se like mine.
That
so
is
I do like to
very
brag about
impressive.
that.
And I know it's impressive because I deal with that type of shit, and
Yeah.
I know people who brag that they got a small ordinance changed after 7 years or something. You know, it is slow going, and it be costing hundreds of thousands of dollars when they get to that point. They ain't at their kitchen table no more. They got all their friends involved and people of means.
Yep.
I got a ticket in Texas. This is a couple years ago now. They just dropped it recently, but I was going, I guess, to Texas. I was probably going to go to other places too. I was going to be gone for a while, so I hit 3 different dispensaries. Me and my girlfriend. I smoke blunts, and she smokes bowls. So cop pulls us over, finds all the weed. I was stupid then. And he makes about 5 trips because we got it in so many different containers. And every time he finds some, he goes sit it on the hood of his car, and it's on his camera, but it's in a bag. And then when and he charges me with having no driver's license, no insurance, which I told him was in the glove compartment. He wouldn't let me get because he was worried I may get hit walking alongside the road. So he writes me a couple $100 ticket for it. A bowl, which I don't smoke. My girl had a bowl, and switching lanes, which I have cameras, and I was not doing. So I go all the way down there, and I tell him, listen, I want to. I could have did this over the phone, but I want you to know I'm going to be here every time. Just because I live in Illinois means nothing. I'm going to be here for everything. And I come down there to pick up some records, and they tell me we can't give them to you without a flash card or something, which was a lie. They could have emailed them to me. And so I go to a store. I don't know the area. I go to a store. I'm like, hey, I don't know you people. I'm curious because I don't trust them. They told me next Walmart, the nearest place I can get 40 minutes away, the nearest place I can get a drive. And the chick there was like, no, you could probably go to the dollar store, the Dollar General or whatever. They'll have it. It's right around the corner. I was like, thank you. Before I leave out, she's like, hey, are you that guy on YouTube? And I laughed because everybody's recognizing me in this small fucking town. And she told me I live next door to that police officer. He's a piece of shit. He makes me turn my music down at 7 o'clock at night. And she's a grown woman, man. It's like 50. I was like, this is horrible. But I get that. I go back and they give it to me, and all of the files are corrupted and fucked up. I go back again. They put a new person in charge, and they're asking. He's like, no, I gave it to him. I said, no, he didn't. Everything was corrupted, so and so. And the new guy's like, okay, I'll take care of him. Now I'm so popular. Every police in the town, every city employee, it's only 5,000 some people, is in this building when I come in because they want to see me. I'm going back and forth. And each time I go, it's hundreds of dollars just in gas alone. I'm going back and forth, and they like, which one of these charges you want to drop? I'm like, none. I wanted to go to court. And if I drop the ones where he's lying and shit, then all I have left is this one. He didn't say, he said I was alone. He didn't find any weed. My girlfriend was not even there. He was so many lies, and the camera was going to catch them all up. They just strung me along month after month. Finally, I meet the judge. She just happened to be there because I'm causing such a stink. This is probably a year and a half later. Causing such a stink. Everybody is at there again in the fucking lobby behind the desk. It's packed. Every police officer, every city official is there, and the judge this time. And she's telling me, I had court that day, and she's telling me that you were late for court. It was true, 15 minutes late because of construction and shit. And it's an hour change, which I forgot, but it's 15 minutes late. And she didn't bring a jury. So I'm like, where's the jury? She said you didn't want none. I said no such thing. She had sent me an email saying that I agreed to an extension. I say, I didn't ask for an extension. Who'd you agree with? Is this, are you having, I forgot what you call some party conversations without me and so? I want records of everybody you talk to and shit. So they hating me. And when I come down there, she's telling me they're going to give me a new charge, and because I didn't show up for court the other day and all that bullshit. I'm like, no, there is none. Yeah, I was here in court. I was like, no, we've never met. I've never had a court date. I've never met you. Sure we did. I'm like, where's the video? This is not a court of record. I'm like, I've never had a court date. You've never called me. Every time I come here, y'all call me in a side room and try to make a deal with me, and I say no. And it's with the nigga standing right next to you right now. And they was talking tough cash money shit. And I left up out of there, and they dropped this shit because they was like, well, we got a new guy, a new district attorney, and all of that bullshit, and he must have saw the evidence and told him, yeah, better leave this shit alone because he's on tape stealing the man's weed. Stop it. But yeah, this is over fucking 3 tickets, which was $700 in totals. I spent thousands of dollars fighting that shit just in gas and food and hotels and shit. I don't know. The moral of that story is over little shit, man, they will fight you and try and break you and wear you out and fuck you over to no end.
And they don't believe that you'll do anything. And the other thing is, in this case, like we're talking about somebody who has told us that he's harming a child, who has connections to the dark web, that he's talked about online as well. So, they don't care. The longer that goes on, the more, if a child is being actively abused in that way, the longer they're in that situation. But again, I'd have to go through the ins and outs of the case. But, there's already a statutory law saying that when we're talking about crime like that, they have a duty to act. And we're having to pass special laws to force their hand to make that even more apparent that it's not a choice. It's ridiculous. And what you said about lying really got me. I was trying to remember that because in the courtroom, multiple times, things were misrepresented, flat out lied about. And one was that he asked if we could have come to an agreement on what to do, a mediated agreement with each other when we were negotiating. She said, no, we told her that unless she takes some of this off the table. And I said, that is a lie. I just flat out said it to the judge. I said, I took everything off the table except for deplatforming one of the wanted fugitives and turning in his information. That's all I'm asking them to do. And they wouldn't do that. There's 2 fugitives that are part of the case. So, and he looked at her and she had nothing to say because she was just caught in a lie.
Wow.
So, yeah. And they lied also about.
They lied endlessly.
Things that were in the pleading. And I've counted that. And then the judge is like, well, I'll have to go and look at that, and you just can't believe that they would hear that, you're talking about somebody that's been to a top tier law school, standing there lying.
I got a buddy. You're going to love this.
Oh, Emily, that's very common. I know that because I've worked for them.
You know that.
I've worked with these people.
Yep.
This is how shitty they are. I got a buddy. I'm going to try and tell the first part of the story. He just got out of jail. He's in a halfway house. They gave him 12 years for threatening a judge, which is crazy. He thought he'd get probation or something. They gave him the max. And when the judge was giving his decision, he threatened him. He said, I wish I could get the judge you threatened and put y'all in a ring and watch him beat your ass and all that. You're doing the same shit that you just gave him 12 years for. Anyway, he did all that. The people in the jail love him. He's a sweetheart. He's got 570 letters. I forgot if they call them cons, I guess is what he called them. I'm sorry. I forget what it's short for, but they're the people praising him. 570 for all of his time there. He gets to the halfway house, and the first day, the lady writes, this guy is going to be difficult. I can tell he's violent. And she's making all these notes. But she doesn't know how litigious me and my people can be, especially this dude. He's my idol. Mm-hmm. This dude, he FOIA'd every fucking record, her notes and all of that, went through all the steps to get this shit. And he goes to the meeting and he says, I want the shit recorded. They're so smart that they like, oh, we can't get in the office today. We got to have it out here where there's no camera, where there's no cameras. And he stopped, and they stopped having him in the office so he couldn't record him because the chick was lying. And she knows now that he's getting her notes. And he gets the notes to the next meeting and the next meeting, and they're all full of fucking lies, man. It's great. So now at the meeting, instead of just being his probation officer or the lady who works at the place is the probation officer, her supervisor, the lady who works there, her supervisor, his supervisor, and the guy who owns the company all of these just to go to a meeting with this guy rather than do what they're supposed to do. They're finding ways where he can't record. They pass some shit. They start frisking him and all of that. But this guy, he files grievances on every one of them. They told him they give him a write up for writing his lawyer. You CC'd the grievance to your lawyer. If you tell your lawyer about our grievances, you have to make a choice. Either you can tell your lawyer about it and you can't file any more grievances, or you can grieve and your lawyer can't. No, both of these are rights that he have. So he's just building a case on these guys, man. It's great. It was an hour and 40-minute conversation with this dude. All the ways that every time he tries to do something and all the lies he told. He said that he hate the police and that he was gonna get me. She's just saying crazy shit and he's marking them all down, bro. This
awesome.
is just scary, bro.
It is. And I read about a guy who I can't remember. It's a newer book. It's on one of my Primal Bill videos, but he basically worked his own way out of jail. He now is an actual attorney upon getting out, but he was essentially, they're letting people study law and become paralegals in the jail. Basically, they're jailhouse lawyers practicing law because, and there's a loophole where they're kind of allowing them to do it, but they're incredible at it. They're amazing. And he has helped multiple people get out, including himself.
Every jail has one, right? We used to call him, what was OJ's lawyer? We used to call him by his name when I was there. It was such a long time since I've been in jail.
Cochran?
Yeah. Oh, you need a Johnny Cochran? We got a Johnny Cochran. That's what every jail had, a Johnny Cochran back there. Yes. And my guy, the one who's in the halfway house, she has no idea. The first day she was like, listen, I know everything about you, Mr. Brand. He's famous. You can Google this nigga. I know everything about you. But this is the guy who Irizarry versus Yahia, case law in the Fifth Circuit, I think it is, where you have the right to film the police. It's been firmly established. He wrote that. This is the guy you're fucking with. The jury nullification case law. That's him. He's the guy in the law and the guy who wrote the shit. Who wrote the arguments and shit. And she finds out afterwards. Apparently, they look him up afterwards, and she finds out really how powerful this dude is. That's why all her bosses and her bosses' bosses and their bosses' boss. She's just so used to pushing people around and not being questioned. Now, dudes for you in every camera in the building, every conversation, every note they take, and now,
it's amazing to see the opponent flip in their mentality when they kind of can't believe that they're not Goliath and that David didn't back down and I've got a few more stones this time, then they finally are kind of freaked out, like, what's this voodoo you're doing that you're not backing off of our intimidating presence,
When I went to Texas a few months ago, and I got pulled over and I was chasing the police, but I had just fired up a blunt. And I mean, soon as I struck it up, the lights go on behind me. I'm looking for police and they're behind me the entire time. I'm an idiot. They're in my rear view. And the guy pulls up, I lower the window, the smoke comes out. He's like, we're searching your car, don't move, calling the friends, all this shit. And sure enough, all of them, the cars start showing up. Is after they get about 3 more cars there, they approach the car. And they just ask, who's Joe Cool? And I'm like, hey, man, I'm tired of you niggas searching my car. No, Joe, no one's going to search your car. Who told you that? I'm like, dude, say he's searching the car. That's what he calls you, motherfucker. No one's going to search your car, man. I just wanted to ask you, So, how long you been an activist? They went and Googled me and YouTubed me or something, and they flipped. And they totally David Goliath the shit, man. They're like, okay, you can go, man. No problem. I'm like, wow.
That's incredible.
In Texas, man. I'm like, wow. I went to Phoenix. Was it Phoenix? No, it was Tucson, Arizona. And I snuck a camera. I didn't tell nobody I'm going. I snuck a camera into the courtroom, film some shit. I come outside, 3 plainclothes detectives are out there. I'm like, fuck. They saw me. And the guy extends his hands and says, are you Joe Cool? I say, why you ask? He's like, I've had you bookmarked for 2 years. We've all wanted to meet you, so-and-so, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, fuck this. I thought I was sneaking into Tucson, Arizona. These motherfuckers on top of it. I don't know if they flagged my face going in but they're behaved. Shit changes, man. He just wanted to meet you and say hi. Oh my God. One of my guys, because somebody was live, and one of my guys, he calls me. He's like, "Yeah, those cops you with, they hired them to watch the videos of the motherfuckers in Arizona." Now, I don't live in Arizona, but I travel enough, and they would have seen me with some of those guys. They would have bookmarked me, looked me up, and look. This is 2 years later. That's crazy talk.
Just a word to, like, someone just came up, but we're not, per DNW, allowed to let anybody else up tonight, and we're going to probably wrap up pretty soon. I'm sorry about that, but yeah.
Who was it? Who'd you say?
DNW said not to let anybody else.
No. Who was the person? You say Word Kit.
Speak easy.
Oh, Speak Easy?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Speak. I'd like to talk to that dude, but I know DNW.
I mean, I don't know. Well, I don't know. Would DNW care, do you think? He did say don't let anybody else
I
up, so.
wouldn't go against DNW.
I think I won't go against
but
him.
I
Yeah.
just,
Sorry, Speak Easy. I think he
I-
wanted to be careful in case I got trolled, but
Right.
I'm sorry about
Yeah.
that, man. Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah,
he's a-
Chickpea, did you have anything else that you wanted to add tonight to the convo? Or you were saying you were tired? I don't want to keep you up.
Oh, sorry. No, I'm just listening. I was looking for Sweetie. Oh, there she
okay.
is. I wondered where she'd gone. I've just been looking for her. She's here, hiding behind one of the cold air machines.
I wish you were my fucking
barely
grandma's son, Chickpea. I could listen to that fucking voice every day. Yeah. Joe, would you like some peas and ham this morning? Yes, give me all that shit. Yes.
And then you could talk about
that shit all day.
And she wouldn't be one of those grandma that would be like, what do you mean the police are bad? You can't.
Right. She's not square, right? She's radical as fuck. It'd be great, bro.
Totally.
I'm no grandma, no kids here. I'm a little old childless spin. Well, I'm not a spinster. I was married for a couple of years, but I'm not cut out for marriage. And I'm not. Same way you two. Carry on chattering.
How many cats total do you have now, Chickpea?
8.
Oh my.
8. Well, I've got nothing else to do in my life. Nothing. And I just wanted one more. One more. This is the last girl.
Can't hurt.
I was trying to get rid of some mice months ago. My brother came and visited and he got rid of them. But in my head, I was like, I want a kitten, right?
Yes.
And now it's months later, but it's now I've like put the seed inception to myself. Now I still want me a fucking kitten, man. And then up there at the vet today, somebody had brought in the kitten and now it's started, rekindled. I want a fucking kitten, man.
I've been broody the past few months, really broody. Do you want to hear a funny story though, Joe? My tomcat brings mice home, live mice. And I have to try and rescue the live mice from the other girls. He brings them home for the girls to play with, and I have to try and rescue them. So you might find yourself owning a cat who brings home a mice. Just saying.
I've seen it like on the internet. I'm trying to, I had cats and they would bring home dead mice as trophies. They'd leave them outside. When you walk outside, there's like a skull of a mouse. But I have seen on YouTube where the cat will bring in a live mouse and drop it. That's crazy.
Mine does. That's what
My
Dave
grandma's
does.
cat did that.
Yeah, mine does.
Yeah.
And I have to sort it out.
We need you to get them out. You don't bring them in. You're the wrong cat.
Yeah, that's what happens with cats.
Ah.
So don't think yourself the cat will kill the mice. No, she might just bring them home alive. I've been in bed a few times. There's been a dead mouse, a mouse running around under my bed with a lot of cats chasing. It's just insane.
To them, it's fine. I'm sure he wants his family to enjoy it. Yeah, his friends.
Yeah, there's girls. He does. He brings them home for Daisy. Dave loves a cat called Daisy. He's one of his family. And he adores her. And he brings home mice for her. This actually happens. Yeah.
My brother.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say my brother, he used to always bring in stray kittens, man. And they were all black. All right. Every time. I remember the first time it happened. I don't know how many years ago. Many, many years ago. This has been going on for a long time. And how he keeps finding black kittens, I don't know. And he names them all the same. Killer Black. black. They all got the same killer, killer.
They are killers. I've got one, and she's a killer.
Now that he's gone, we got no kitten. It was crazy, man. The last kitten he had, it was years old now, and it died right before he did. And I don't want to get emotional or anything. I think I'm doing better now, but I went to tell him at the hospital, and he was going through it himself. He took it well, and he also had the cancer that killed him, and he also had brain cancer, which was glioblastoma, and it had a 14-month life expectancy. So his memory was really bad. One day, and I'm going to try and remember this with a smile because it's a little funny because we got through it. But one day I get a call. I'm just a block or two away. Come check on your brother. I finished talking to my conversation. I'm only a block and a half away. And she called back. It was my mom. And so I came back here, and his memory was only lasting about, I don't know, maybe 2 minutes, and it would reset. But he didn't know it. And then 2 minutes later, he'd ask the same questions. What day is this? Oh man, I got to run to the bank. I got to do this and that. And then 2 minutes later, he'd say, what day is this? And then, I'd ask him questions, and he'd forget anything that happened in the previous 2 minutes. And people were starting to come over, my family and good friends and stuff, to check on him and see what we should do. And he's telling them like he's fine, and they're believing it. So before my family, these were couple friends, before my family came over, I had him write down some stuff. I had him ask some questions, had him write the answers, write me some questions. And then when they came, as soon as they got here, they were like, what's going on? I'm fine. I don't know what's wrong with this guy. I say, Junior, who wrote this? They're like, I don't know. And I showed them, and they're like, okay, what about it? I'm like, he wrote this 2 minutes ago. And we immediately took him to the doctor. But his memory was bad, and the other cancer, split cell, was getting to him. So I don't know if he really grasped that the kitty had passed by that time.
Yeah. It's funny when people are dying, they kind of revert back to, and you don't know which thing it is, the illness or their mind or the medicine they're on or what it is. But like my dad was working in his hospital bed. He did electrical wiring. And he was wiring and some of that was the medicine, but it is kind of,
my mom does, she'll think that, I just, got something in the kitchen. She had a stroke. She can't even walk. And she'll be like, I just left the kitchen. You left that back door open, and make sure you put that food up. In her head, she's doing all of these things, right? But she's not really doing them. But that's just how her mind works. And she blew me away with, I came back here to Chicago to take care of my brother. It's almost a year now. And it's been really, 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 really hard. And poor mom, in the process, she had 2 strokes. And I had to tell her that her son, and none of us have ever passed before. This is the first kid she lost, had passed. And I was dying. And she turned around to comfort me. She was worried about how I was doing. I was pretty, that was just, it was touching. Yeah.
It's intense when somebody's like that. And it's funny because you made me think about something I thought of the other day, like my mom being older and having health problems. I realized in like 2022, 2023, because she almost died, but she didn't. But then she does have some problems, but she's gotten pretty spunky after all that, which I didn't know whether she would or not. There's a grieving that goes on. It's like you're always grieving. This constant anticipation of loss really messes with your head. It really does.
Oh, yeah, it does, man. It's
tell me about you.
Swimming in that for a while, right?
Same.
Yeah, I'll need a little break, man. I'm gonna try and get back on the road next month in August. My brother gonna come in and stay for a month or so, and my auntie, and it's just so I can get that time, because I've been doing this for I don't know, almost a year, man. Every doctor visit, and because I love you and you're my brother, I don't care if they just transporting you from one hospital to the other. I was there to meet him, to make sure that he knew somebody was there for him. Awesome. So it's been exhausting, man.
It is exhausting. Absolutely. We need to end on a more, because I was about to end and then it got kind of somber. We got to get peppy here. So what can we say about Kenny or Chickpea's cats or something really silly? We got to silly it up.
The cats. Oh, gosh. Did I tell you, me and Chickpea were together for 20 years, barring 2 weeks. And she clawed away right into my soul. She died 12 years ago now, 11, 12 years ago. I still think about her every day, still talk about her every day. But unfortunately, she got kidney disease and she got kidney disease and arthritis and diabetes.
We're gonna need another story now, Chickpea. Your story is just as crappy as mine.
I didn't want to say that, but that's where my head's at. Yeah, Chickpea, I meant like something peppy. What did the kitty do today?
Sorry,
something cute.
No, Chickpea had a lovely life. That little girl never heard one cross word for her entire life, and she never heard one angry word
That's a
from
good
me.
one. I got a good one too. You guys, it was a rough day putting a dog down, and you guys made me feel better. And Emily, I'm very impressed with you today.
Oh, thank you.
Those are my.
Well, that's what I could do. Yes. Yes,
Those are my last words. I'm gonna get you guys later.
You too. Have a good night.
Bye bye. Right, we're all going now.
Thanks for coming by, Joe. Bye,
Okay.
Chickpea.
Bye bye.
Have a wonderful
night.
night.
Bye, Emily. See you when I see you. Bye.
See you.
Bye.
Bye, chat, and everybody that tuned in. Thank you, DNW, for letting us do this. Have a good one. Bye-bye.